Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me all right. Um, let's get started here. Closer this time to the actual time I usually want to start these things, so I guess that's a plus. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's move this over here. Let's do that. And by golly, I think we're about ready. Okay. All right. We got our little animal friend joining us today, so... Oh, and by animal friend, I do mean Yoshi, the one and only gray cat of the hour. All right, so let's get started here. We're going to do June 26th, 27th, and the 28th. Just because, on this one, the last one, we have to cover Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So it's kind of like we do an extra one on this day. So let's see what we can do here and go from there. So very first thing is, well, I'm just going to write some stuff down here for 1 second, so hold on. Alrighty. There we go. Okay. We are good. So I'm going to start shuffling the cards here. Is our incense still burning? Yes, it is. So let's get ready here, you guys. Zoom this out just a little bit here. Oh, there we go. Oh. There we go. There we go. All right, guys. Let's see what we can come up with here. Hopefully you guys can see me okay and hear me okay. Dropped some cards. Oh, there we go. Oh, come on. All right, let's keep shuffling here and let's keep seeing what we can be doing here. While we're waiting to get people in the room. I know it's a little bit of a shock, you guys, that watch these replays. I actually started on time, so I'm just as impressed as you are. But let's see what we can do. Let's see what kind of is going on for us. Let's get these cards shuffled. Okay, let's do one more shuffle with these ones, and then let's move on to our Energy Oracle deck, which are these ones. These are the big ones we like to use. Okay. All right, one more shuffle here. And we're on to shuffling the last deck here before we get started for Saturday's readings. Thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Was interesting. Alright, let's do this here. Let's do a couple more shuffles of this deck. Okay. Alright, let's do this here. So we're going to do 2 piles. This is going to be for Saturday. If there's anyone wanting to pick a pile, we can do that. If not, I will just pick a pile. So we're going to do Saturday, so let me get these cards out here. We got pile 1, we got pile 2. Alright, so here we go. We have got man holding a heart. This is pile 1. Man holding a heart. Okay. 5 of swords in reverse. Okay. And 10 of cups in reverse. So what could be happening here is that on Saturday, we could possibly be healing from a relationship with somebody. And the reason why I'm thinking it's relationship, first off, it's man holding heart. This can be a man or a woman. This card is signifying the man. But something else that could be happening here is that we could have been having this person or using this person as a way to kind of complete ourselves. Like, sometimes when we reach for outside means to support ourselves, there can be a person in this situation that we pick up on, and this person could be someone who we could be close with, we could even be intimate with, but ultimately we could be using them as a way to kind of hide our own, or to kind of hide our own problems, like we're using them as a way to escape. And so what I'm feeling is that something broke that bubble, and we're now having to come back into this relationship and try and fix it or try and work on it. 5 of swords in reverse, so this can be a mental kind of thing here. So when we see the 5 of swords in reverse, this is a card that denotes to me it's kind of like working on the mental side of things. So if it's a relationship we're having difficulties in, especially where I see the 10 of cups in reverse, that's going to be something that's going to be difficult to work through. So there is the 10 of cups. It is in reverse, because it should look like that. It should be upright like that. So when I drew it the other way, that's in reverse. Okay. So basically, like I'm saying here, we need to focus on how to heal our own kind of insecurities so that others can't cause those inside of us, kind of so that we're in charge of our own sense of well-being. And I'm feeling like possibly on Saturday we could be dealing with people that are pressing buttons in relationships, in intimate relationships. So this could be difficult for some of us working through relationships. So just pay special mind into what the relationship is to you. Is the relationship a space where both people can express their opinions and their beliefs, right? And have something happen? Like being able to hear, being able to validate the other person's experiences. Or is it a relationship where we're putting everything we want off to the side so that we can support somebody else? This, to me, is going to be a time where we realize things about relationships. So focus on allowing yourself to be fulfilled in the relationship, and then you can help fulfill the other person too. Like there can be some sort of balance there. If that's not going on though, that can be very difficult because we don't want to have a one-sided relationship. We kind of want to have a coming together, so to speak. So this to me would be a very good time for us to work on relationships and anything mentally that's going on with us where we're not allowing ourselves to be fully present, right? Like I said, some of us could be in relationships and we could be using those those relationships as a way to escape what isn't working for us. So this to me is us trying to find that balance where we're no longer running from anything, but we're also letting ourselves experience the relationship how it's meant to be experienced. And that's just to have it be whole, to have it be something that works. Relationships are work. There's effort put in there, but you should also be able to feel that kind of funness too. But again, both people have to be playing their part, right? So that's something I talk about a lot on the channel, is that we need to find somebody who helps us and doesn't hurt us. And in order for that to happen, we have to help ourselves instead of hurt ourselves. So we have to focus on not self-sabotaging anymore before we start a new relationship or before we find something. And the best way for me personally is let yourself kind of be happy with who you are now so that a relationship in the future can be something where the other person is there because they want to be there, and you're in a relationship because you want to be in a relationship, not because you feel like you need to be in one. So that's kind of what I'm talking about there. All right, so let's move on to pile 2 here. Let's see what we get here. All right, so we have this card. This is for pile 2. We have 7th Chakra, Archangel Uriel. Okay. Then we have the King of Coins in reverse. I'm good, Amber. How are you? And then we have the 4 of Wands also in reverse. So this will be for Saturday here. And this one here to me is saying that, so the 4 of Wands upright is a card about foundation. It's kind of about security. When I see it in reverse and then I see the King of Coins in reverse, we could be changing careers, or we could be having a change of heart about what it is that we want to do in this world. The reason why I'm saying that is both of these are in reverse. And normally these are happy cards. These are like steady flow kind of cards. But then I see the 7th Chakra, Archangel Uriel. So we're listening to our higher self. We're listening to our sense of guidance. And this may be something that rocks the boat. Pretty big, actually. When I see the King of Coins in reverse, that could be feeling like we're heading into a very kind of rough situation, right? And so this can be something, and then I'm hearing the term swift come in, swift energy. So this is energy of change. This is a powerful, powerful energy that we could be dealing with here. So moving into this kind of energy, it's important to realize what that would mean. So swift energy means it's fast. And that's the wand energy, or the sun energy, or, so we have the 8 of Wands, which is usually a speedy kind of energy. It's very fast. This one here, though, this feels like this energy is more about that kind of, when I heard the term swift, it made a lot of sense to have something that's very strong and very grounded, but also feels like it could kind of knock us on our ass a bit. So Saturday could be a day where we're making some pretty big decisions. Saturday could be a day where we're making some pretty big kind of decisions, and so it's important to realize that we can't do things right or wrong. It's our perception that makes it so. It's important to have experiences. Sometimes we get stuck in the how would you put that? We get stuck in the milestones of life, and we feel like those are the only things that matter, and really they aren't. It's our experiences, it's how much love we can hold, it's how much we can give that out that is actually part of living. That's the whole thing, in my opinion. Milestones, they look great on a headstone. That's about it. Um, and so I would say live our lives so that we're not constantly focusing on the next big milestone. Live our lives so that we're constantly focusing on the next moment, moment to moment, where we're allowing ourselves to be in the moment. We're allowing ourselves to live, exist, and thrive in the moment instead of just kind of sitting there. Right, so that's what I'm seeing here. Big changes could be on the way. Um, Focus on what you feel would be the best thing for you. If we're talking about financial foundation, focus on what you can do to make that as secure as possible. But realize this card here, this card is upright. That's good. That is really good. The other cards, the King of Coins and the Four of Wands, being in reverse, not as good, but also not as much trouble. When I see the King of Coins in reverse, it's kind of like, to me, it's a card of change. And since it's an Earth card, and there could be a Taurus in our life, a Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn in our life that could be difficult to deal with. So that could be something we're dealing with as well. But ultimately, we need to establish a new foundation, possibly in our passions, or possibly in our kind of way of living, where we can bring things in to our life, where we can kind of bring in the energy that we want to have in our life. And I feel like now is the time where we can kind of put things into motion, we can set intentions, and we can have things flow for us much easier than they have before, because it kind of feels like decisions are easier to make and maybe it's easier to stick to certain choices. And so use this to your advantage and sort of tune into that psychic energy. And by psychic energy, I mean when you're feeling a certain way and you don't normally feel that way, but it's like a positive, productive state, use that positive, productive state as much as you can. And that's kind of us tuning into that energy. It's sort of like we go on this autopilot, but it's also a way of like just allowing ourselves to relax a little bit, but also kind of getting things done. So that's what I'm seeing here, is it kind of letting things happen for us instead of trying to make things happen for us, because the universe likes to work where it's more of an organic process instead of us trying to strain ourselves repeatedly. The universe likes to reward us when things happen. We're grateful. Things continue to happen. We're more grateful. Things continue to happen. So gratitude, love, curiosity, all of these things are great for us having more and more stuff come our way that we want to have, right? So, yeah. And also, I am statements are very powerful during this time. Instead of saying, I want this or I want that, say, I already have that or I already am this, if it's like a character trait or if it's that kind of thing, because then we're allowing ourselves to live that life where we have it. When we say, I want, I want $1,000,000, you're going to attract more and more situations in your life where, boy, you would want $1,000,000. So have it be something where you're attracting, you already have the $1,000,000. You already have whatever it is you're seeking. Because as soon as you have it, the universe says, oh, you're already grateful for it, so I'll make it happen. So that's kind of where we need to come from when we're talking about manifestation, when we're talking about that kind of energy. Okay, so yeah, so that's what I have to say on that. And let's move on to Sunday here. And while I'm doing that, Amber, haven't seen you for a while. Has everything been going okay? Just getting these cards all shuffled up here. Okay. How does the video look on your side, guys? I changed some stuff around, and I just want to know if it looks okay. Okay, so now let's move on to this. I can only imagine. You seem like someone who definitely gets busy. Hopefully it's been okay. Hopefully things have been going well. Okay, so this will be for, let's see, Sunday. I had to think on that for a second. So this will be for Sunday, and let's see what we get here. Oh. Okay, Amber, you are first on the list. I did see that you paid, so I'll put you on the list here. We're just going to do Sunday, and then we're going to do Monday, and then we are on to you, okay? Okay, there we go. All right, and then we'll do this here. Okay. Give me 1 second here, you guys. Okay. Alrighty. So, we'll do pile 1 and then we'll do pile 2, but I'm going to lay these cards out here. So let's do pile 1, let's do pile 2. Okie dokie, Amber. Alright, so pile 1, we are looking at Yin Yang, the Moon, and 10 of Coins. And this is for Sunday. So I'll show you these cards. We have Yin Yang. This is just for the general readings here still. We have the Moon card here, which I think is really pretty, right? It's a pretty card. Then we have Yin Yang, which again here, I mean, that's a pretty nice little card too. And then we have the 10 of Coins. This is one of my favorites. Okay. So when we see the 10 of Coins, we see the Moon, and we see the Yin Yang symbol here. We could be focusing on new ways of attracting money. Financial abundance, we could be focusing on maybe moving someplace, having something happen for us, getting something that we've been wanting for a while. But, oh no, Amber, you're fine. You are just fine. Don't worry about it. Get your question all typed out, or your questions, get your questions all typed out, and then maybe copy and paste them or do whatever you can do. So that way you have it ready when it's time, because as soon as I'm done here, you're first on the list. So don't worry about that, okay? I appreciate you coming on the channel and continuing to support the channel, honestly. So do not worry about that. You didn't do anything wrong, okay? So we have 10 of Coins, the Moon. We could be working on subconscious desires towards financial freedom, or we could be working on something to do with our subconscious. Maybe we're working on the fact that we deserve to be successful, or we deserve to have nice things. There could be something like that. The Yin Yang card that I'm seeing here with the Moon, 10 of Coins, it is making me think it's more subconscious, and it could be more receiving and giving of money, or receiving and giving of finances. So there could be a tendency here for us to maybe kind of hold on to money, or to hold on to things, because we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And I'm feeling like the universe is saying it's okay, things are going okay, things will be moving for you, things will be happening for you. So to me, this right here, this is where I feel is the best place for us to be, especially if we're trying to manifest wealth, or if we're trying to manifest a sense of security right here, financial security. So the 10 of Coins is that, financial security. None of these cards are in reverse. So to me, we could be looking at coming into money. We could be looking at maybe how to invest money, what to do with money. There could be something like that. So this to me so far, Saturday and Sunday, do seem like days where we're focusing on finances, where we're focusing on how to handle our finances better. Hopefully that makes sense with what I'm trying to say here, because that's what I'm seeing here is how to handle finances better, how to focus on letting ourselves be in that financial state of mind where we kind of let things flow to us. If we're too strict with our money, we kind of become tightwads with it. We kind of think that spending money is losing it. But when we're more free-flowing with it, spending money is actually just, it's going to come back to us. There's kind of this free-flow energy where we're allowing things to come to us, and we're allowing things to sort of happen for us. Okay, so let's move on to these other cards here. This is pile 2 for Sunday, and then we're going to do Monday, and then I'm on to the live readings. So let's do this here. Alright, and now, let's see what we got here. We have got, this is interesting, the World card, okay. Camera's having trouble focusing. Okay. The Ace of Swords in reverse. Come on, focus. Okay, Ace of Swords in reverse, and then Goddess of the Moon also in reverse. Okay, so these ones right here, again we had that moon energy come up, so what does that mean if it's in reverse here? So again, we're going through those phases of money. This is a huge transformation right now. The Ace of Swords is in reverse, so we're resisting the change. And this could be a mental change. I do feel like this is us working through things in a way where we're really trying to get to the bottom of what it is that's happening with us. So we're done trying to pretend things don't exist. We're done trying to pretend that things will just fix themselves. We're now in a state where we're consciously trying to take accountability for where we're at. When I see the Ace of Swords in reverse, though, it feels harder than it should be. That's kind of what I'm feeling in my head. This feels harder than it should be. Why can't it be easy? Why can't it be this? We're here to learn lessons. Without the lessons, we wouldn't be here. There has to be uncomfortableness so that we can grow and so that we can have that kind of mentality of striving for something. So right now, we're in a growth phase, and it's actually a pretty big one. When I see the World card here, this is close to endgame in the tarot. This is like getting ready to start something, but getting ready to end something first. So we could be looking at cutting ties. We could be looking at even moving for some of us. But what I'm seeing here is that we're looking towards having something happen. We're looking at having something happen that's really, really good and positive for us. The name Chris comes to mind as well, so we could be dealing with someone named Chris as a possibility. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, Chris just came to mind. So that's something that I'm feeling is going on here. We definitely have a pull on how we okay, sorry. We definitely have a pull on how things will turn out, but we have to relax in order to get to that kind of pull that I was talking about. When we're relaxed, we're allowing ourselves to get into this state of mind where things flow much easier. When we're holding on to everything, we can't accept anything new because we're holding on to everything that we've done so far. So this right here, guys, this is a good chance for us to focus on allowing ourselves to be free and allowing ourselves to feel that sense of freedom. And sometimes that does feel like isolation, sometimes that does feel like difficulties, but it's to help us understand, when we go through the journey, is to help us to understand the destination even more once we get there. And in the spiritual journey, that's all we're doing. We're vagabonds. We just wander. We just wander around. We try to find purpose. We try to find meaning. And it's everywhere and it's everything. But we've been told through society that we should only celebrate the milestones. And I think everyday living should be celebrated to some degree because it's kind of all we've got, right? When we really take a step out, when we really do that, doing mediumship, especially having this be something I do for a living, I'm constantly thinking about my own mortality. And maybe that's not healthy, but I also think it kind of is because it allows me to be more in the moment because I realize this isn't going to be forever. None of this is. And that should be a comforting thought because it means that we're allowing transformation, right? So let me go to Monday here. Okay, perfect. Okay, Amber, and we'll get to those. I'm going to do Monday, and then we're on to your questions. So just leave those up there, and then we can do that, okay? This will be the last one, so just 2 piles for Monday, and then I will address your questions. And thank you for being patient. I like to do these first, just because I feel like some people watch just for this part. So. get the rest of these shuffled here. I'm sure, yeah. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate that. Definitely has been an intense week with Mercury in retrograde, all that stuff going on. Yeah. We can definitely relate. Miscommunications abound during this time. Okay, so let's do, so this is for Monday, pile 1, pile 2, and I'll read pile 1 first, and then we will go on to pile 2. Okay. So, pile 1. So on Monday, this is really interesting right here. So on Monday, some of us could be planning a trip, or some of us could be planning to go somewhere. There could be a celebration, there could be something going on. I mean, the reason why I'm saying a trip, literally, is because we get the star card, okay? That's about something from a distance. It can be hopes, dreams, things from a distance. And this can be long-distance relationships as well that we could be looking at here. And also it can be an Aquarius individual. And then we have the Journey card right here. So with these two cards, and then we have the Fool card in reverse. So some of us could be starting something in our life. Maybe we don't feel like we're ready. When I see the Fool card in reverse, on Monday we are holding on to something. We're holding on to an old way of being, and we feel like that is something we can identify. And the thing with humans is when we identify something, we categorize it. When we categorize it, we feel like we understand it. And so when we don't understand something, we feel threatened. So right here, the Fool in reverse could be us getting into something, maybe not knowing what we're doing, but trying our best anyway. So someone is getting ready to take some risks. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I do feel like people are getting ready to start something. I said at first it was more of a financial thing. This feels like we could be having a celebration. We could be having something coming up that we're going to be celebrating. But that's what I'm seeing here, primarily for... Hold on. Okay. That's what I'm seeing here, primarily for Monday, at least in the first pile. So if we have any travel plans, if we have anything coming up, make sure to keep yourself kind of aware of the situation of the traveling. Do you feel really uneasy? Does this make you uncomfortable? How are you feeling in your body? That's what I'm feeling here. So check in with yourself, make sure you're feeling okay, and then try to see where you can change things, where you can understand things a little bit better. You can actually push this in here. Nope. A little bit more. Okay, there we go. All right, so moving on. Let's move on to pile 2 here. And let's do this. Okay, so we have appreciation in reverse. Okay, appreciation in reverse. Then we have Ace of Cups. Okay, and then we have 8 of Pentacles. So we could be working, some of us could be working on a relationship, like really working, really trying our best to try and make this work, but we're still not feeling appreciated. So some of us could be looking at relationships that we're starting to see the truth of, right? So there could be people in our lives that don't appreciate us. There could be things happening with us where we don't feel, like I've been saying, we don't feel appreciated. We don't feel like we've got this, so to speak, because there's something blocking us from feeling that sense of self-love and feeling that sense of fulfillment. And so we're trying to start something, but things could be happening that could be kind of reversing that, or trying to um, be an upheaval kind of event. Now we can also read it this way too. So we have 8 of Pentacles, okay, like I was saying before. So we see the spider here, okay, 8 of Pentacles. Then we have Ace of Cups, okay. When I see these 2 cards right here, we could be studying for something. So this could be a school kind of thing. This could be that kind of a situation. Okay, let me do that. All right, there we go. So this could be a school kind of thing. This could be a situation like that. But emotionally, right now, I feel like on Monday we're looking at stepping into a more kind of healing environment, especially when it comes to feeling appreciated, or when it comes to feeling like we matter. I do feel like Monday is going to be a day where we start to see the true colors of people. We start to understand things a lot more about, like, maybe there's certain situations where it feels kind of ambiguous or unclear. And I'm feeling like Monday is going to provide us a sense of clarity with relationships, possibly work relationships. Like I said, some of us could be in college, some of us could be going through other things. But to me, it feels like we're going to be in a relationship. It could be work related, and we're focusing on people not appreciating us. And when that happens, we have to appreciate ourselves, because we won't let ourselves down, right? That's something we need to establish in ourselves, is that we have what it takes to be there for us. Other people may not, but we can have our own backs. And so that's what I'm feeling here. So that's what I've got. And Amber, are you there? Just going to make sure you're still there. Okay. Okay, perfect. You're still there. All right. So we're going to address these questions here. So first question you had was, how can I improve my relationship with my mom? So I'm gonna ask you this, Amber. Um, I can be shuffling the cards here, but when we're talking about your relationship with your mom, um, how does that go with you? You're wanting to improve the relationship, but from what we've talked about before, I'm feeling like there's kind of a lot. I'm feeling like you would be reaching out to her to try to get her to reach out to you, if that makes any sense. But I'll shuffle these cards. How can Amber improve her relationship with her mom? Because we've talked about it a little bit before. And some of us can have some kind of more strained relationships, right? Something that we're kind of dealing with. So let me look here though. So how can Amber improve her relationship with her mom? Okay, so here's what I'm getting here. So we have 7th chakra, Archangel Uriel. Okay. Then we have 3rd chakra, Archangel Shemuel in reverse. Then we have the Magician in the Mirror. in reverse. So to me, I'm feeling like we're... Oh, you just came from visiting her. Okay, okay. How did that go? How did that kind of... Because right here, I have a feeling it didn't go too well. Was she trying to lay guilt or blame on you for anything, or was she trying to make you feel less than when you were visiting her? Because right here in these cards, I'm feeling like but she said she would try to work on things. Okay, okay, all right. So here's something that we can focus on, right? Moving forward, and I'm going to look here and I'm going to tell you what I get with the cards. But moving forward, when we're talking about these kinds of relationships, for you, Amber, is what she says, right? That's good, but we're going to be focusing a lot more on action. So that's going to be something that we will see if she's being truthful right there. That's going to be the first thing, is to give it time and let's see if she takes action on it, because words are easy. I'm just going to say that. You probably already know that, but we'll see if she actually does something. When I see the third chakra, Archangel Shamuel in reverse, and the Magician in the Mirror in reverse, um, these two cards right here, okay, these two cards are making me feel like kind of the ball is in her court, so to speak. I feel like we've tried reaching out, we've tried doing this, and so I feel like a lot of it is up to her to want to change or to want to work on things. I feel like you've tried, and I don't feel like you can do anything more on your end other than if she messes up, you tell her how to treat you, if that's something you can do. But if she isn't open to suggestions or change, that's going to be very, very difficult. Um, because I have a feeling this person will feel like they're being targeted somewhat. If we try to talk to them about things, they might try to victimize, or they might try to um, off put the blame a little bit. And so I would feel with this kind of connection, you just have to tell this person how you want to be treated. And I feel like you might have to do it a few or several times. But if she said she would try to work on things, that's good. That is good. That's a start. That is a start. Um, but there needs to be some, like you said, behavioral change, because if someone is acting like they're 5 or 6 years old and they just don't get it, they don't understand, um, that's kind of the difficult part. So I imagine you had your fight with her, and then you come home, and she called you, or did you call her? Did you try to work things out? I'm curious if you reached out to her, or if she reached out to you. And I am sorry you had an experience that wasn't good. Just give me 1 second here. Hold on here. Hmm. Okay, every time I try to talk to her, she gets extremely defensive. I went to visit her in person for my birthday and she caused a scene. Okay, and I'm sorry that happened. I really am. That's something that's awful. That explains. Yeah, I was getting cards before in the generals, and you're one of the people talking in the comments. So uh, I feel like some of that was for you, but like starting on a journey was one of the card things that I had. We had appreciation in reverse in the other pile. So there's kind of like this sense of someone who does not get you, right? And of course it's your mother. Of course it's a difficult kind of thing to work through. But ultimately, Amber, because I feel like you're coming at this as diplomatically as you can, being a very personal situation, I do feel like you're coming at this as diplomatically as you can. It's up to your mom to make the changes. She has to change, and you can guide her. Okay, see that's not good. That's so this person has a tendency to provoke attacks from nowhere. So I would say we could be dealing with someone who has narcissistic, like very strong tendencies, and generally these people don't change, and it's best to distance ourselves from them, even if it's a parent, because they are not good for our mental health. They can actually re-trigger trauma in us that we've been trying to heal, and it's important to, if not mitigate her completely, then you do what's called gray rocking, and that's where you see them and you don't share any personal details of your life. You don't tell them anything that's going on, because if they want to make an attack, if they want to make something up or make you into the bad guy, they can do so at the drop of a hat, and that makes you feel extremely unsafe. Um, and she said she'll try to work on it, probably because the fight was so bad that I imagine you were talking about leaving and not coming back, or you said something, I'm sure, and she wants to keep you kind of around. So what I'm feeling is going on there is that this person is just kind of vicious when it comes to that, and you in no way, shape, or form are meant to change that. If she wants to change, and there's a lot to change, most people don't, if I'm being completely honest, uh, because these people have, like you said, she attacks, like she turns things around. So she asks you what's wrong, and then you say something, and she feels defensive. This is someone, right? It hasn't changed anything, and that's when I say distance yourself. I mean emotionally too. I mean like not talking to this person, or if you have to talk to this person, keep it very limited to like yes or no answers. Don't let them in on things you're interested in. Don't let them in on people you're seeing. Don't let them in on anything, because these people will pop into our lives and try to raise hell where there's nothing there. Um, and that to me sounds like a very narcissistic person, because you can't even talk to them about their behavior, and that's why narcissism is so messed up. You can't bring up their behavior to them because they'll just get defensive and attack you. So how can you heal a relationship where you can't talk about the main issue? um, if that makes sense, Amber. I know it's um, but it doesn't sound like she was ever really there anyway, in that motherly kind of role. I understand we want to have these people in our life, but I feel like we'd want to have them in a healthy way, not in a way where they're re-triggering us, or maybe they bring up embarrassing situations, or they talk bad about us, or they try to victimize themselves, or they try to, like if you stood up for yourself, she would probably make herself the victim. You said the attacking thing from her asking what's wrong. So that to me is what I feel like is going on. Um, and that can be difficult. I truly feel sorry for her. She's the person I love the most. I'm all she has. Well, that's the thing with narcissistic people. Um, they eventually drive, well, most people off, and then, I mean, you can tell me this, Amber, if this has ever happened to you. Have you ever gone no contact with your mom because you got in a fight, and then someone else in the family reached out on her behalf and tried to rope you back in? Um, I don't know if that's ever happened to you, but I'm feeling like this person has the tendencies, very, very strong tendencies of narcissism. So um, it's one of those situations that's like, and I don't say this about anybody, but when it comes to narcissistic people, I cut them out and I don't look back. I just don't, because they don't deserve my time. Even if they're a mother, if they're whatever, you have to be a person in my life that I respect and I appreciate, and you can be there for me, even if it's family. I mean, that's how I work, and maybe that sounds harsh, but I've definitely had to get rid of narcissistic people too. But it's just one of those things that is, it can just re-trigger you again and again, and it can keep hurting you having them in your life, and they're like this wild card. Okay, so she has done that before. So I, so when we're talking about this, Amber, this like I've said before, um, this is a very healing and a very personal journey because we're dealing with the narcissistic wound from a family of origin, your family of origin, your mother, and that's a pretty deep one. That's I feel like that's kind of the deepest one we can have, and it's impossible to kind of understand that pain, to understand what's going on there. But I will say this: there is hope. There's hope for you, but we need to understand what's going on and then kind of go from there, versus letting her back in and be a wild card in our life where she can just press buttons and hurt us in ways that nobody else can. A mother or a father should not be that way. They shouldn't be that way, and we shouldn't have to fight for their love or just their attention or just appreciation in general. We shouldn't have to fight for that. That should be something that's freely given. And if this person's not capable of that, then to me that doesn't warrant my respect. That doesn't warrant me coming back into the family. Um, because I don't care if she gave birth to me. I don't care what's going on. If someone is treating me like I'm lesser than or like I'm not a person, they don't deserve to be in my life. Period. I don't care who they are. Um, and you don't deserve that either. You don't deserve to have, like I said, to be re-triggered over it. Um, but if it's true, Amber, um, if for some reason she is the only person, you're the only person in her life, things like that, if there has to be something there, set very strong boundaries on what you will and won't tolerate, and be very stern with those boundaries. Because if you give an inch, if she comes to you, if she's trying to manipulate you, if she's trying to do something and you shake on your boundaries, then she'll take advantage of that. So I would say the best thing to do is to learn how to set very strong boundaries if you have to deal with this person, and don't let her cross those for anything. She claims she has zero recollection of treating me bad. Is that true? Um, I would say no, that's not true. That's her trying to scapegoat. That's her trying to get rid of the blame or mitigate the blame. Again, it's this act of playing of having amnesia. So if you bring up something that she did that was very specific, it could even be on tape. It could even be something that you're showing her on tape or on your phone. She won't remember doing it. And if she can't remember it, then she can't be held accountable for doing that. So it's her way of saying that, she doesn't have anything there unless she has had memory loss issues, then I would say there could be something there, but more than likely I've heard other narcissistic people saying, I don't remember that, I don't recall that, or even flat out saying that didn't happen, or no, that's not right. So if someone is very dismissive when we're trying to talk to them, and if we can never have an adult conversation with this person about our emotions, our feelings, what's going on in our life without them reacting, then we know that they have those kind of narcissistic values because they want to make everything about themselves. They're waiting to turn the conversation into something that is about them. Maybe there's pain here, maybe there's this going on, maybe there's this and this and this, but they're generally not interested in hearing what you have to say. They're more about the self. They're like self-obsessed kind of people. But that's something that everyone can, like, we can deal with this and we can recover from this, but we need to understand that the connection wasn't necessarily a positive one, right? And maybe we've tried to spin it that way. Maybe we've tried to um, tell ourselves that. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so that's called gaslighting. Okay, gaslighting, it's like crazy making. So this person will deny things, and then you'll get emotional and you'll get upset that they denied something, and then they'll get mad. They'll say, "See, look, you're crazy," because you'll start to be emotional, and as soon as you show any kind of emotion, this person jumps on you and they start attacking you. As soon as we're showing emotion, as soon as that kind of happens. So that's what I'm talking about. Um, and I'm sorry that happened, Amber. That's awful. That's you, like I said, you can't have a conversation with these kinds of people. If we're in a relationship with somebody and we can never bring up the past and have them take accountability or say I'm sorry, unless, I mean, this person might do that in front of a big group of people to try and seem like they're the bigger person, but when they're alone with somebody, you're going to see their true colors. And I feel like your mom has been showing you those colors, and I feel like you're starting to see through that. You're starting to understand, wait, this isn't right. So for the first question, no, there's nothing you can do. And that's kind of the hardest part, is that this connection to me feels kind of corrosive or very toxic because you're going, okay, you went there to have a birthday celebration. You wanted to bring this person into your life. You wanted to share something with them, and they turned it into something about themselves. You wanted to have healing for you. You weren't necessarily looking to cast blame, but when you said things had happened, when you said, there's an issue here, she got very defensive. She didn't want to hear any of it because the narcissist never wants to be shown how they are. And as soon as we start showing them how they are and how they've been treating people, they immediately go insane. They go insane with rage and they'll do anything they can to try and throw it back on us and make us seem like we're the crazy ones. So that's what I'm feeling, Amber. And it's incredibly frustrating when you're working with these people because you're not a liar. You're not. And yet she's calling you a liar. She's calling you something that you definitely are not. You're just saying okay, let me put it this way. You're a good person, Amber, and because you're a good person, you think other people are good people too. And you give them the benefit of the doubt again and again and again. And a lot of that has to deal with how we handled the relationship when we were younger. So when we were in the care of a narcissistic parent, we become people pleasers. And what this means is that we're very hyper aware of when mother or father is having an emotional response. We don't want that to happen. We don't want them to get emotional, get angry. We don't want any of that to happen. So what we do is we become hyper aware of the environment and we try to be the perfect kid. Okay? And we don't try to stress them out with our problems when we're children. We don't try to do anything, but a mother or a father should be there to handle our issues. It shouldn't be the other way around, and we sure as hell shouldn't be kind of censoring ourselves around these people. We should be able to tell them what's going on. So there can be that kind of tendency. I mean, you can tell me if any of that makes sense, Amber. I've kind of been going for a minute, but and generally speaking, um, when we've grown up in a narcissistic environment, our relationships, our partners, will have narcissistic qualities as well because we have equated narcissistic love with unconditional love, and we feel like that's right for us because we grew up in a dysfunctional kind of situation, right? And this was not our fault. This was something that just happened. And so now we have to fix kind of that issue on how we view love, on how we view partners for us and what that means. And that's why when I talk about healing ourselves, when we heal ourselves, we no longer attract narcissistic partners in our life. We no longer attract people that hurt us. Yes, it's spot on. Okay. So that's something when we're talking about the narcissistic abuse, that's what we have to focus on, is that it's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. You were just a kid. So we have to let go of the blame that we did something wrong or they're this way because of us, because they're not. They are not. They are this way because there's something that happened to them. They never wanted to deal with it, and now they're just going to hurt people. They're just going to keep hurting people, and that's not on you at all. Okay? What is on you though is how the healing journey goes. And that's something that is deeply personal and will take time. But once we've worked on that, relationships get much better because we can see the red flags from a mile away. We can see that this person here, they're abusive. We can see that this person is doing this. We can see that this person silences us when we speak. We can see that this person makes us feel a lot like our mom did, so I don't want to go with that. I don't want to go in that situation, right? And eventually when we heal ourselves, then we start attracting people in our life that have that like security, that inner security, because we're radiating that out. The universe is giving us people that are also radiating that out because we can see through people being deceptive, being little liars isn't the word, being like these manipulative masters. But once we look at the narcissistic handbook, a lot of narcissism is the same. There's different ways in which they apply it, but all of it turns into a conversation about themselves over you, and they're going to make you feel very invalidated every time we kind of see them. Okay? Doesn't matter what's going on in your life, it's going to be a look at me kind of situation for the narcissist. So, and I've seen that myself many, many times. So I know that it's not an easy situation, but I feel like knowing that we don't necessarily have to have this person in our life in a major way can give us such a huge sense of relief and release from this kind of feeling that this person is always there, always watching us, and always getting ready to judge. So if we start disconnecting from that relationship, we start being non-emotionally responsive with this person. So that means very straight-faced. That means we talk about things. We don't talk about our dreams with these people. We don't talk about what's really going on in our life. We stay as vague as we possibly can. And we have that be the end of the conversation. We surface talk. We don't go deep. We don't say anything. And if they try to get a response or a rise out of us, we're quiet. We just do what we can do, and we go from there. And at first, that's probably going to piss them off too. Us not saying anything, us not doing anything, or us responding differently. But eventually, if you don't give up on that, they'll see that that's the status quo and that you're not gonna budge. And it's a shame because they don't get to have relationships with us. But oh well, that's their loss in my opinion. Because you seem like a lovely person, Amber. You really do. And I just want you to know that you didn't do anything wrong. She is the reason she's like this. It has nothing to do with you or anybody else in her life. She'll blame everyone else for things that are going on except herself. And so you can also look at that as a clue as well. She doesn't take responsibility for hardly anything, I would imagine. Like I said, narcissism, you can look up a play-by-play, and we can learn to heal from this in time. There's a lot of channels on YouTube that are just dedicated to talking about narcissism and how to heal from it. And especially in this situation, you'll have a lot of aha moments. You'll have a lot of things where you'll realize, oh, they did do that to me. But they also talk about how we can heal and go beyond that. Because how I'm talking now is something that's, I feel like can be helpful. But okay, so like this one right here. So we have, I think this is how you spell his name. And he talks about a lot of this stuff. So I think that's how you spell his name. He does narcissistic role play situations, so you can see what it looks like, what a narcissist looks like, what they do. Yes, they are, Jamie Lee. But you can see what it is that these narcissists do and how there's a role play situation. because in that sense, you get to understand it a little bit better. We get to kind of look at it as a detached observer, and we get to see how we can handle these kinds of situations. Because um, this isn't some, it can feel isolating, it can feel very lonely, but this is not something you're alone in, Amber. A lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, are going through the exact same thing. There's just this kind of tendency to keep things quiet and to keep things under wraps. I don't feel like we need to do that anymore. Let's talk, let's be open. Okay? Um, and primarily, Amber, that answers the third question as well. You said, what can you do to attract a romantic partner? Like something that would work. And this would be what you could do to attract that person. We have to heal these wounds. And what that looks like is we go through memories, we go through events that have happened, and we kind of reparent ourselves. So when we're going through something that happened that was traumatic, we're allowing ourselves to be the parent that they never were. So I want you to treat yourself like you're someone that you're taking care of. Okay? I want you to treat yourself like you're a 5-year-old kid and you're taking care of you. Okay? How would you treat a 5-year-old child? Okay? That's what I kind of want us to focus on, and that's kind of where the reparenting comes in. And it actually does work over time when we go through those memories and we every time we reparent ourselves or we try and think, what would I have done in that situation? What could have been done to be better? What we're doing is we're reprogramming our brain, right? And it works. It takes some time, but we're taking the traumatic charge out of those memories and we're channeling it into something more productive, which is self love, and that's transformation. So we can work through the little hurts first that have happened, maybe the most recent ones that have happened, and then we can go back to the bigger ones that happened in childhood. And as we focus on healing more and more, there will be a sense of release, and then we're attracting better and better people our way too. But there is the healing part that's important. So does that make sense, Amber? And while you guys are doing that, just for a second here, I will be right back. I promise. Just gotta go pee really quick. Okay, so give me 1 second, Amber. I'll be right back. Let's do this. Let's do this one. Oh, okay. All right, Jamie Lee, I'll put you down here. We're working on Amber's questions right now, and then I can get to yours, but thank you so much, my friend, for the donation. Okay. Visiting, okay, so Amber says, visiting home stirred up a lot of old feelings, especially about David. I did everything I could to make it work and go back and forth about why it didn't. With, with this David person, Amber, are we talking about, because this is something that's hard for us. This is something that's hard for us to understand. So if we grew up in a situation, I have been, Jamie. Thank you so much. Hopefully you've been well too. But if we grow up in a situation where there was like narcissistic abuse, we tend to always think it's our fault why things have happened. I'm wondering if David had narcissistic qualities as well, if he was someone you were with, or I'm curious with that because generally, like I said, narcissists kind of go into it's like a people-pleasing mentality where, like I said, we scan the room, we make sure no one's upset with us, we really make sure we don't push the envelope, we don't try and do anything, and we always are at people's beck and call. And generally right now in our lives, this is where we're focusing on, like I've been saying, establishing boundaries, doing stuff like that. So with this David person, because we haven't addressed the second question, with this David person, tell me a little bit about that connection. If you want, you can say the good and the bad, or you can kind of do what you feel would be right in that situation. Okay, he was the first and only real love you felt. Okay, so that could be a situation there. So, so I can draw a card on that one. Let me look at this here. Let me go back to your question up here. So hold on one second. And I'll say this right here. Was your relationship with David meant to end? Yes. Whatever has happened in your life so far was meant to happen. I don't believe in accidents. I don't believe in coincidence. But I'll draw a card. But I do feel there's things, there's ways we can learn from this. So hold on one second. Because sometimes things happen, things come up, things happen for us, and I do feel like they are meant to happen. I don't feel like anything is happenstance or like life throws us a weird curveball. I do feel like where we're at now is where we're meant to be at. You made the majority of the effort. When we broke up, he started dating a girl just like me that lived the same distance and he married her. Okay, so when you said you made the majority of the effort, what do you necessarily mean by that? Wow, talk about being unoriginal. That's messed up. I'm sorry about that, Amber. That's messed up. Amber, was he someone, I mean, obviously with what happened, I imagine there was not a great deal of communication that you had through this person. I imagine there was probably some issues, obviously, before you guys broke up. I'm curious. He lived 3 hours away, and I always drove to see him. He only drove to see me once. Wow. Okay. Yeah, and I have a feeling that's going to be kind of um, comparative to how the relationship was. So when you guys were together, were you doing like 90% of the work and he was doing 10? Were you being the initiator for most things and he was kind of sitting back, or how did that go? Can you tell me that, Amber? And also, just because he's married to a girl or just because there's something going on there, we don't know what that relationship is like necessarily. We might see him on Facebook or we might see him through that kind of lens, but that's always a cherry colored lens, right? You post your happiest moments on social media. We don't post the parts that are shitty. Not usually. So that's something to take into consideration as well. Not saying that's your situation, just kind of throwing that out there in general. I was the only one pushing things forward. Okay, so hanging out, right? He participated. It's the come here, buddy. There we go. Let's open. So that to me is making me feel like I imagine. Here's kind of what I'm thinking in the David situation. I feel like that was one where we fully let ourselves be in the relationship. We fully let ourselves experience and feel it, right? We were trying something new in our life, and so we let ourselves be in that relationship. And I feel like with David, when things didn't work out the way we wanted them to, I'm feeling like there was a tendency to blame ourselves for the connection lost. I feel like that was happening. But also, there's a tendency, like, we get mad at them. We get mad at the person doing it. We get upset. But I feel like a lot of us harbor that kind of energy where it's like, well, we did something wrong. We can't go back now. It's too late. But in this situation here, Amber, honestly, I'm feeling like maybe things like he broke off the situation or he broke off the relationship probably because you were asking just to be treated with decency, I would say. I don't know if that's what happened, but to me, a lot of times when women or men step up and they say how they want to be treated, the person just dumps them because you're setting a boundary, and there can be something going on there. But I'm not sure exactly what happened with your situation. I'm just saying that's something that can happen. He also blamed you for the breakup. Awesome. Awesome. So you see, that's the same thing. That's the narcissistic connection again. Okay. I've never, no, no. Um, that's not right. That's another narcissistic thing where he's trying to blame you for something. And I have a feeling that he does that to mitigate blame on himself, right? By blaming you, it makes it so you don't turn around and try and blame him, usually. And then you being the sensitive person, the kind and caring person, you're going to take that to heart. And you're going to feel like, on some level, at the start of when he said that, you probably felt like it was true. You probably felt like, yeah, you did do something wrong. You did break up that relationship. So it's your fault and you failed. And he's triggering that in you. That's why it's important to heal these wounds, because unless we heal them, people can keep triggering these things in us, and we keep having these kinds of relationships, and then we keep getting more and more guarded, and eventually if we don't heal these things, we become like them. Eventually we become bitter, we become jaded, and we become like them. And I don't want anyone to experience that. We can rise above this, we can move above that, but I do think the relationship was meant to end, because that's a shitty kind of relationship. You're putting in the effort, you're doing all this work. Exactly. See, that's when you know it's a load of shit. He claimed the distance was the problem. Okay, you were the one driving to see him. You were the one driving to see him. You were the one putting in the effort, and he claims the distance is the problem. But then he goes with another girl. So right there, you can see that he is completely full of shit. Right there. And you deserve something much, much better than that. That, to me, that is so messed up. That's... yeah. If distance is the issue, both of you drive halfway to meet each other. Or he drives all the way to meet you, or you trade off alternating weeks, right? Or you trade off, you do something. You show some sort of commitment. You show some sort of like, I'm going to meet you halfway kind of a thing. When there's a relationship where one person is doing all of the work and the other person is, I mean, they barely walk, they barely move a little bit, that's not right. And eventually that builds resentment. It builds a lot of resentment, actually, because you're putting in all this work and all this effort, and the other person's just like spitting on it and being like, this isn't enough. Does he feel bad about all this? Okay, I can look that one up, so let me see. I'm gonna say no, because the way me and you, I'm gonna look at the cards, but the way me and you feel emotion, Amber, we're empathic, we feel emotion on a deep level. I don't feel this guy's the same. I don't feel he feels the way we do. But I'll look here. Like I said, because we're good people, we tend to think other people are also good people. And there are some people that they are not in their right mind. And we get, they're not emotionally available. They have the emotional tolerance of a 3-year-old. There can be no deep conversations, there can be no talking about real issues, and you can't have an argument and ever bring it up ever again. That's when you know something's really wrong, is when you get in an argument and you can never bring it up or talk about it ever again. You should be able to talk about things, to let things go, to be free. There shouldn't be topics that are, no. We don't discuss that. Okay. So does he feel bad about this? So I get these cards here. So I get financial constraints, which is interesting, which to me further solidifies that it's not an emotional thing that this person felt. So does he feel bad about this? I don't think he really even thinks about it. I feel like we're feeling the pain. I feel like we're going through something, but I don't feel like he sees things even close to the same way. Then I get hostilities in reverse and strategy in reverse, which to me feels like this person, honestly, I feel like this person just floats through life. I feel like a lot of what this person does, they just kind of float through. They don't really think about anything. They don't really do anything productive with their life. They just kind of float through and just, I guess, trying to get to the end. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here, but this person doesn't feel the same way that you would feel. And I want to stress that the people in, I can't remember if I heard it somewhere before, but it's like people that have this narcissistic kind of side to them. It's almost like, and maybe I'm wrong in saying this, I can't remember, but it's like a part of their brain is just, it's shrunk. It's like not there. And they just don't feel how we do. So it makes it kind of difficult. And generally these people don't know how to comfort us if we're upset, or they don't know what to do. They just don't know how to be there at all in the ways that matter. At all. So that's what I'm feeling is going on here. And if they're different, is he happy in his marriage? Well, that's the other thing I'm going to say on this too. I'll draw a card for it, but here's the kicker, Amber. So that's the other thing with this, is that they don't feel happiness either. They don't, because they can't feel emotion on the sad side of the spectrum, they're not really going to feel happy either. These people are going to be like leeches that try and take away other people's happiness and well-being so that they can validate their own. It's kind of like they're emotional vampires or energy vampires or zombies. the way these people operate. I'll draw a card for it, but I'm gonna say this person doesn't feel really anything. It's more of like a numbness all the way through. But let's draw a card and see. And that doesn't mean we should pity these people. That does not mean that at all. These people they can just be mean and cruel and vindictive. And it's, like I said, that's why it's important for us to heal. That's why it's important for us to focus on that. But let's look here. So is he happy? Or let's see. Yeah, is he happy in his marriage? And like I said, Patrick Tihan, or Tihan, I'm not sure how you say it. You can look at his videos, and he talks a lot about this kind of stuff. Okay. So does he feel bad about this? Again, like I was saying, I don't think he does. I get the cornucopia card. I get the journey card, and I'll explain what these mean. And then I get 7th chakra archangel in reverse. So I feel like this person in their life right now, in the life that they've chosen for themselves, they're choosing to ignore the spiritual aspect, or they're choosing to ignore a major aspect of their life or themselves. And I feel like I said, they don't feel the same. They don't feel, I'm saying numbness. I'm saying like this person kind of floats is the way I would describe this. We have cornucopia, we have journey. I'm feeling like this person's just moving on to the next thing, or this person's always going to be moving on to the next thing. And he might actually go through different relationships in his life, unless he also got with kind of a narcissistic partner, in which case hopefully they're happy together. But you know, what I'm seeing here though is that someone just kind of goes through things. They don't really care about the end result. They just kind of want to get to the finish line, whatever that is. And so they don't care who's kind of in the way or what's going on. And they're ignoring, like I said, that key spiritual aspect or that evolution aspect of the self. So that's what I'm feeling here for this David connection. I do think it was meant to end though, Amber, and I feel like you dodged a bullet. Because just because we're married doesn't mean we're out of harm's way. It's important to see that these relationships, sometimes being married, is actually very, very dangerous, especially in other countries where we're kind of stuck in it for life, sometimes. So there can be some issues here, but I'm feeling like you got out of that situation, and now you're kind of in a situation where you can start to focus on that healing journey. And I keep saying that because I mean it when I say this. We get rid of what no longer serves us so we can focus on that healing part. And this person and your mother and other people won't be joining us on that journey. It's kind of us doing it for us. It's us focusing on how to heal ourselves and how to do that. Thank you, Up North Tarot. I'll put you on the list here. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here. So, Amber, does that help answer your questions? Like I said, please check out the resources. If we're talking about narcissistic healing, if we're talking about that, please check those resources out. I promise you, you're not alone in that journey. It feels like people don't talk about this, but we need to normalize this. But a lot of people are experiencing the same thing you are. They just don't talk about it. And I want you to understand that these relationships can feel very complex. Once we understand how a narcissist works, once we understand that, we immediately stop allowing those people in our life, and then we can work on attracting a partner for us that could be right for us. We can work on attracting people that can actually be there for us and people that can actually love us for who we are. And it's sending a signal to the universe when we've healed ourselves. We send a signal out, and the universe says, okay, I know what to send you now. I know what you are asking for. And then they can send us the right person. But we need to see the red flags. We need to see what's going on, so that we can take that a step further. So hopefully that helps, Amber. Move these here. You're very welcome, Amber. And please don't feel like you're alone in this. Come on to the channel. Realize that you will have at first, and Jamie Lee, if you want to start typing your questions here while I'm talking to Amber, you'll realize at first that it feels very confusing. It feels very hard to kind of to sort of piece things together. That is normal. That's a normal part of the journey. When we're focusing on healing these wounds, there's going to feel confusion, there's going to be anger, there's going to be a lot of things going on in you. I want you to fully express this. I want you to allow yourself to feel this way. Don't feel like you're a bad person. Don't feel like something's wrong with you. You're working through something. It's kind of like we're grieving these connections. And in doing so, we can start the healing process. The other thing that's important is to realize that once we start this journey, it's going to be a journey. Oh, thank you, Up North. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to say. But once we start this journey, it's going to be a journey that at first, like I said, we have cognitive dissonance. So what does that mean? We're holding two truths that are opposing in our head. We're holding two opposing truths in our head. Neither one of them is right yet, but because we're doing that, we feel very, very uncomfortable. Eventually that subsides, but we have to let ourselves get to that point, and we have to let ourselves experience these relationships and go through that kind of grieving process. It's very, very important, and I want you to just feel your way through that, because that's kind of what we have. We're emotional beings. Emotion meaning energy and motion. When we start to heal, our energy gets stronger, and again, we can start to attract what we want in life, because our beacon that we're sending out to the universe is slowly being repaired and worked on. So, like I said, this guy right here, I believe is how you spell it. I can actually look it up and make sure, but I can do this here. There we go. Sorry guys, hold on one second.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another episode.
Nope. I mean, yes, but no. I just want to do this the right way. How do I... Okay. Alright, this is what you're going to look for, and you'll find him. So, hold on. Hey, Lady Libra. Thank you, Up North, for subscribing. I appreciate that. So look up this guy. Now, he does role play on what narcissistic family systems look like. And because of that, you can sort of see where the healing journey can come in. You're very welcome, Amber. I just want you to understand that, you know, everything will be okay. We're just on a healing journey now, and that's good. And while we're on this healing journey, as long as we treat ourselves with gentleness, we treat ourselves with kindness, when we start healing our narcissistic wounds, that voice in our head that tells us horrible things becomes softer and softer and gentler. But we have to reparent ourselves. We have to kind of go through that process and just take this time to learn. There's Lisa Romano as well. There's Inner Integration. There's other people as well that can help us on this journey. Just please realize you're not alone. in dealing with that. Okay, so you guys, I'm going to come right back. And I will answer Jamie Lee's questions, and then I'm on to Up North's questions. But yes, I will be back. Have to go to the bathroom again. I have the bladder of a 5-year-old. So give me just a minute. I'm coming right back, I promise. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay, so Jamie Lee, let's look at your questions here. What are MQ's current feelings towards me? What actions can I expect from MQ towards me in the next 2 weeks? How will MQ respond/react if I text him that I like him? Okay, so I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I could be wrong, but I feel like these questions are about MQ. Right? So, no, I'm just kidding. So let's see what we got here. See what we got for old MQ. So let's use let's use some Energy Oracle here. Let's see what we can do. What are MQ's current feelings towards me? Actually, for the first question, let's use the Fountain Tarot here. Let's use the Fountain Tarot. Let's see what we got here. I just calls it how I sees it, Jamie. I just calls it how I sees it. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh. Let's do one more shuffle here, and we're focusing on what are MQ's current feelings towards you, because we're not wondering how he feels about me. I'm a little cutie, but you know he may not feel that way. But no, what are MQ's current feelings towards Jamie? Let's look. MQ's current feelings towards Jamie. So with this relationship here, I'm getting this. So we have Two of Swords in reverse. Okay, let me. Okay, Two of Swords in reverse. Ace of Wands in reverse. And Knight of Coins upright. So these two cards right here, Two of Swords, to me were not so much on the fence. The word choice comes in when I see two. When I see the Two of Swords, I think of the second chakra, which is the choice chakra. So we're talking about there being kind of a mental shift with this person where I'm feeling like they're starting to like you. I'm feeling like there's some energy here. That is the like perspective. There is something here though. When I get the Ace of Wands in reverse and I get the Knight of Coins. So I'm wondering if maybe this person, do you feel, is this person pulling away or is this person acting differently right now, Jamie Lee? Because when I see the Ace of Wands in reverse, there could be something here where maybe we haven't talked to them for a minute, or maybe something's going on that way. I'm just curious. I then get the Knight of Coins, which is really good, but it's like if I do feel like this person has some loyalty to you, so I do feel like this person sees you in a good way. But I'm just curious here because when I see the Two of Swords in reverse, Ace of Wands in reverse, I'm kind of wondering what's happening with MQ. From time to time, okay. So then here's what I'm seeing here. So I'm going to do one more card that will be just energy based. This one, the Energy Oracle deck. And we're just going to be focusing on that first question. What are his current feelings? And we'll see what we get here. I get a tendency, I feel like he's a bit more rigid. I feel like maybe he takes things more seriously. And I'm almost not like a soldier, but I'm getting a sense of someone who's more kind of by the book, so to speak. But let me see what these cards have to say here. So, hey AJ, it's been a while since I've seen you on. How are you doing? Okay, so what are MQ's current feelings? Let's see. So we get this card. Woman holding a coin. Okay. So how is he feeling? I'm feeling like, and when I see the Knight of Coins, so we have the Knight of Coins, then we have woman holding a coin. So here's what I'm going to ask you, Jamie. Is this person... Yes, you think he is. Okay, so is this person shy with you? I'm asking this right now. I'm wondering if this person is shy and if you have to initiate with them more, because it does feel like there's a tendency towards this person being shy or kind of like pulling back. So I'm curious kind of the energy going on here. Doing well, AJ, doing very well. Just kind of... That's it. Just kind of. Yeah, things are going good. Been a hectic week with that Mercury in retrograde, but or a hectic month, I should say. Gosh, it's something else anyway. What do you say, buddy? Yoshi. Right. Okay, so this is what I'm feeling right now. Yeah. Cat fuzz everywhere, trust me. Okay, so that's good. I do feel there's a connection here, but it feels like it's more right now. It feels like it's not so much emotional. It feels like it's more by the book. So it feels like it's more like I do feel like this person likes you, but I feel like this person is wanting you to initiate. The liking part right now, when I see the Knight of Coins, woman holding a coin, it does feel like to me you have the power in the relationship. Whatever the dynamic is right now, it does feel like you have that kind of power. So you haven't said you liked him yet, which is good. But this person, well, oh, absolutely, lots of addressing things from the past. Absolutely. Even addressing my past brain fog, which was not fun. I'll tell you right there. Don't remember any of it. It's a little foggy, but yeah, it's there. Um, yeah, it definitely is bringing up those kinds of issues. Absolutely. But I mean, I had my camera that I'm using now, the last day of Mercury in retrograde, or it was the shadow part. So it was the day after Mercury in retrograde ended. My camera just did not work, just would not work for no reason. And then today I try it, works just fine. Just plug and play, works fine. I restarted my computer. I checked everything. I activated anyway, and other things besides that too. Um, Lots of people just exploding. No, I'm just kidding. Hope there's never a planetary alignment that just has spontaneous combustion as one of the side effects, because that would be scary. Oh, I need to stop talking. Okay. Anyway, so Jamie, would you guys meet? There's a connection here. It does feel like you wear the pants in the connection, though. This person doesn't do anything without your say so. I'm feeling like it's very by the book. That's why I'm saying it. So it feels like he's waiting for you to make the path, and then he can follow it. But let's look at this here. So, how's he feeling towards you? I'm feeling like there is a loyalty with this person, and I'm feeling like you guys are in a very good place as kind of a I just feel like you guys are in a very good place. This to me feels like right now it's friendship based still, because this person feels like they have kind of a wall, right? Emotionally, it feels like there's still kind of a wall here. Nothing to do with you right now, but absolutely things go smoother. But as soon I gotta be the guy. Not necessarily the whole time, but it does feel to me like you have something that he doesn't. You have the initiative. And the reason why is because you know what you want. Right, the connection's great, you don't know where it's heading. And that's what I'm seeing here too. So North Star came into my mind, North Star. Okay, so we have so a little psychic message came in here. So we have North Star. And that to me, we're dealing with admiration. I do feel like this person admires you, but this person doesn't know how to put it into words. You have the connection in the relationship. You know what you want out of the relationship. The other person doesn't know what's going on. emotionally speaking, this person does feel like emotionally they're not nearly as adept as you are. I feel like this person waits for other people to make the path and then they can follow on the path. So this person is not going to tread on a dirt path. You kind of have to pave it for them first. If you jump in the water, and say that it's fine, they believe it's fine, right? But you have to be the one jumping in first. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this right now. There's a connection here, Jamie. But if you're the initiator, okay, I want you to think about that long term on if you would want to be the initiator for a while. I would say, and we have the other questions to address, but just have that be something you're thinking of. Like, because this person feels like they've been hurt in the past, but I also feel like maybe there could have been emotional neglect with them growing up. So there could be something here where this person's not in touch with their emotional self. If that makes sense. Not in a way where this person's mean or narcissistic or goes out of their way to hurt people, but in a way where this person is just kind of closed off. Kind of like, we don't go there, we don't talk about this. Or there's kind of a wall, a little bit of a wall there. I don't feel like this person would go out of their way to hurt other people or do anything like that, but I get kind of a strong to silent type vibe or kind of a more quiet person. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And then the bow and arrow, I'm seeing a lot of stuff here, and that's right when I'm talking about this. So the bow and arrow could be Sagittarius, and the North Star could have been Aquarius. But primarily, it's kind of like, so if I'm seeing the bow and arrow, right, you're the person who, he's the arrow, and you're the person who has to draw it back and then release it. And if that's something you want to have in the relationship, you know what I mean? I do feel there's a connection here, but like I said, there's an emotional stunting that I feel like is going on here. I don't feel like it's negative. Hey, Angela. I don't feel like it's negative. I don't feel like this person is just the way I talk about things when I talk about healing on this channel is I talk about people needing to like heal their own shit, right? Sure, Angela, you would be after Up North. So I'm reading Jamie now, and then Up North Tarot, and then you would be third on the list. But that's what I'm seeing here is that you would have to be the initiator. And that may be something in the relationship that you would have to continue to be. But let's address the other question here. So let me, let's see, let me go back up. Where is it? Right there. Okay, so this will be interesting. So you asked what actions can you expect with MQ in the next 2 weeks. So let's look at that. I'm going to use the energy cards specifically for this. So these cards right here. What actions can you expect in the next 2 weeks from MQ? Let's look at this. Oh, wait, your third question. Let me see here. Thank you, Angela. I'll put you on the list here. Hold on. Okay, so we have... Okay. So we'll have Angela, and then we'll have... Okay, so we have Angela, and then we have AJ after. So let's do that here. So AJ for one question. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Angela, so much for the donations. I do appreciate them very, very much. Okay. And in the meantime, you other guys can see me make an ass out of myself. So it's kind of a win-win. Everybody gets to have fun. Everybody, the gang's all here. Okay, so let's see. Then we have... Okay, there we go. That's what I was wondering. And I got it. So Angela's down for 3 questions. Okay. Thank you very much for the donation, guys. Okay, so let's move these over here. All right, what actions can we expect with MQ towards you? So right now the list is this. The list is Jamie, who I'm reading now, for 3 questions. Then we have Up North Tarot, 1 question. Then we have Angela for 3 questions. And then we have AJ for 1 question. Okay? So, yeah, just letting you guys know. No moderator tonight, so it's just me. What will MQ's actions be like next 2 weeks? Shuffle a couple more times here. Hey, Up North, you are just fine. You did not drop any ball. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll put you here for the 10. You'll still have the same spot on the list. You'll just be 3 questions. So you're right after Jamie Lee. You'll just be 3 questions instead of 1. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Jamie Lee, thank you. You don't have to be my moderator, though. That's very sweet of you. I know you're Moon Honey's moderator. I was having a hard time for a second. That's very sweet. Thank you. Okay. Okay, that one just popped up. You'll see why I'm scratching my head here in a second. This one's a little vexing. I literally got 2 cards that almost mirror each other exactly. One's reverse, one isn't, so I'll show you what I'm talking about here. We have Healer. I'm so clumsy. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Okay. Let's see if I can hold the card. Well, thank you, Jamie Lee. I appreciate you doing that for me. That's very kind. Okay, Healer of the Ages. Right? And then we have Magician in the Mirror in reverse. So what will his actions be towards you? What I'm feeling is it's going to be more of the same. I feel like in the next 2 weeks, you're going to see more of a side to him that's more, let's say it's more sincere or it's more endearing. So I feel like you're going to see more of a vulnerable side to him. But I do feel like it's something that if you tell him that you're seeing a vulnerable side of him, or you tell him that you see this, well, welcome to the club. I would shake your hand, but I would mess that up, and then we'd both fall down. So let's not do that. But what I'm feeling here is that there could be a sign in the next 2 weeks where we're showing more vulnerability. We're showing more of that side. Don't bring it up. Just appreciate it and have fun with that if that's something that ends up happening. Because if you bring it up and you bring it to their attention, they might stop doing the behavior. So if they're opening up to you more, unless you feel like it's appropriate to make like fun or in a way that's playful and loving, I would say let them do what they need to do. And right, so that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling here. So I do feel like there will be a closer connection in the next 2 weeks. I do feel like there's going to be more of a connection, a closer connection, but let this happen naturally. Let this kind of unfold naturally. Now, if you say, I like you, do you like me? Right? Immediately when you put that question out there, you say, I like you. Immediately that makes it so the person has to respond. And they have one of two responses. Actually, they have three responses. They can say, awesome, I like you too. They can say, wait, I don't like you. Or they can just not say anything at all. Okay, so I would say wait until he's opened up more and more and more, because right now, in my personal opinion, guys, and if I am wrong on this, please let me know, please. But in my personal opinion, when we give out I like you, when we just throw that out there, I feel like it puts the person on the spot almost immediately. And I don't feel like that's the right way to do it. I feel like when things feel right, we know it's the right time. We kind of have a sense. But I feel like things need to be a little more intimate. Things need to be a little more kind of mature before we throw that out there, because we can scare people off. A lot of people have been hurt in relationships. A lot of people have gone through different things. Right, can't take pressure. Absolutely. Pisces are famous for not being able to take pressure. You know, no offense to the Pisces out there. I love you guys. My dad's a Pisces. But wishy-washy is the name of the game, and trust me, it's there. It's there. Ugh. And the weird mystery thing that the Pisces have going on, tell them to knock it off. Just tell them to stop. You know, they do everything we do, but they act like they don't. Anyway. But, yeah, that's kind of my take there. So I would say right now, Jamie Lee, to wait. I can draw a card on what the outcome would be, just as the last part of this. But I would just say take it slowly, my friend. I know you're excited, but I would just say take it slow. Let things happen the way they need to. And the reason why I'm saying take it slow, so when we're dealing, thank you up north, thank you. I will preach for hours and hours and hours, as I do every time I'm on here. No, but if someone has been hurt in a relationship, right? Us proclaiming that we like this person, if they're still dealing with stuff, can be a re-triggering of that event, and it can make them recoil or withdraw even more. So for the time being, you know, I'll still draw a card. I will still draw a card, but I'm just letting you know. So how would he feel? How would MQ feel if Jamie Lee said that she liked him? Okay, how would MQ feel? Jamie Lee said that. I'll do this. Okay, how would MQ feel if Jamie Lee said that she liked him? Let's say that you said that you liked him in the next 2 weeks. How would he react to that? Right there, see? Door to romance in reverse. It's exactly what I was talking about. Don't say it yet, Jamie. Don't say it yet. Let things happen. Let things heal. From the way this person's been through things. I know you're excited, and you seem like an amazing person. Wonderful, lovely person. But I'm going to ask you to calm down just a little bit. A little tiny bit. If you don't do it for him, do it for me. Because you got a lot to give, but I'm feeling like you might have to give it out in smaller bites just for a little while longer. Okay, so hopefully that kind of addresses the question here. Just making sure. Okay. Okay, perfect. And that doesn't mean, though, that, Jamie, like, you're trying your best to hold back. If you feel like the person's being kind and you feel like they're being sweet, say thank you, that's so sweet of you. Or say I appreciate that you do that. Like, show those signs. Show those signs of, like, caring. But have them be peppered in. Have things happen organically. And make it so there's no pressure, right? eventually. Once you guys have known each other for a while longer, trust me, you'll know when the time is right. Um, but you can come on here and ask questions always. You can come on here and ask. But I'm just letting you know that I know you have a lot of love to give. I know you've got that big heart. Okay, you're kind. You're generous. You have a good sense of humor. You laugh at my jokes. No, I'm just kidding. Not that you laugh at my jokes, but my sense of humor, it's dad humor, and it's bad humor. So, but yeah, just keep on the path. You're doing good. You're doing good. It's just the patience part that's difficult, right? But you've got that. You can wait. I'm sure you can wait. Okay, so we're going to move on to Up North's question. So, because Jamie, I'm thinking we addressed all the questions there. You let me know if we haven't, but I think we did. You are very welcome, Jamie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Your jokes are funny. Thank you. I appreciate that. I use it as a defense mechanism. That's how it was growing up. I would use humor as a defense mechanism all the time. Now I'm being genuine with it, but you know, and I think all of us have that kind of thing, and then we kind of look at those behaviors and try and see what's going on, right? So up north, I do. I have some mediumship abilities. I'm still practicing as a medium, but I do psychics. I do psychic work. I do tarot. I do energy healing, and empathic work too. Thank you, Jamie. You have an awesome evening. Take care, and I'll see you the next time you're on. But really, take care, my friend. Okay. But yeah, up north. So I do have some abilities, and I do get messages, but it just depends on kind of what's going on. Some people are easier to read for me than others, um, which I think is normal. And especially Mercury in retrograde, the energy's just been all over the place. But I have a feeling up north, and maybe I'm wrong. Are you going to ask a question spiritually related? Or anything about spiritual development? I'm curious. Thank you, up north. I appreciate that. I'm still a practicing psychic medium. I'm still practicing. I'm still learning. You're kind of a student of this spiritual life forever once you're in. It's like joining a gang. But this one's a good one. This is a good gang to join, the spiritual gang. Oh, thank you, up north. No spiritually related questions. Okay. That's okay. I appreciate your kindness, though, up north. That's very kind. And I take it you're a tarot reader, too. So hopefully I can live up to those expectations. Hey, that's normal. That's normal. When we're reading ourselves, we're, as I like to say, we're invested in our own story, right? And if we're invested in our own story, if there's a bad ending or a bad beginning to that story, that can make it so that we don't want to read it, right? So we're biased with our own readings. So I can understand that. Sent another donation for, okay, thank you, AJ. Okay, so we've got another one here for 3. Thank you, AJ. Okay, so let's see what we can get here. I'm just going to position myself. Just going to look this up here. Hold on. Okay, so I hear you on that. I do hear you on that. I have my girlfriend read for me because I do tend to be attached to my own outcome. Call me crazy, but I want to know what's going to happen to me, and I always want it to be good. at least she can read me honestly, so it's good. That's a good thing, right? So let's see. Oh, thank you, Up North. I actually am thinking of changing my prices, but I'm still trying to figure out the perfect price. I used to do free readings mixed in with the paid. Now I just do paid readings, and eventually I will charge more. I just want to still be accessible. If I made it so one question was $8 and 3 questions was, 18. I don't know if people, I feel like that's kind of a lot. I don't know if people would necessarily pay that for a reading. But I do hear you, Up North. So let's see what's going on. So my husband and I have been married for 2 years. He has started being a bit secretive. I want to see what's going on there. Okay. Why is Up North's tarot? Okay. Why is Up North's tarot's husband acting secretive? I'm not going to repeat that. I don't think I can. So let's try this again. Well, maybe I'll try it and see how it goes. All right. Chanel and Rob. Okay. So right here, Chanel, I get first chakra, Archangel Michael in reverse, and then I get Journey in reverse. With these two cards right here, I'm actually really curious. Has anything happened with Rob? I feel like the camera's out of focus here. Has anything happened with Rob where maybe his masculinity was called into question, or maybe something has happened with, I don't know if it's with an intimate encounter with you. I don't know what's going on exactly, but when I see the first chakra, Archangel Michael in reverse, it's making me feel like something has made him feel emasculated, or something has kind of challenged his confidence. I'm curious if there's like a confidence issue with this person. Because then I get Journey in reverse, and to me there's like inner work that needs to be done with this person, and maybe they're pushing it to the side. So you let me know with that. He's insecure for sure. Okay, so that makes sense here. But did anything happen when I see this one in reverse? The first chakra. Okay, so let me have the camera focus here. Boom. Okay. Okay, so the first chakra, when we're talking about the chakra system, we're talking about Earth is the first chakra, and it deals with security, and it's generally developed when we're very young. Having a sense of security, having a sense of identity is usually the first chakra. So we're talking about being identified, we're talking about having this. A lot of times if someone grew up in a chaotic household, they could have very little sense of stability. And so there tends to be a lack of identity sometimes. There can be a kind of a lack, or there can be a bleeding over into personalities. And what that means is that a person can adopt another person's personality as their own because they don't know their own identity. That's something that could be going on here. So, and that's kind of a tricky sort of issue, but that's what I'm seeing here so far. The Journey in reverse, the lack of self-confidence. It feels like there's a lack of self-confidence because there hasn't been an exploration of the self. But I feel like this person busies themselves so they don't have to look. in the first place. My cat's playing with something. So if you see my head whip over there really fast, either a ghost broke my neck or my cat's playing with something. Gosh, he's so cute. It's ridiculous. Is any of that making sense so far? I'm not done with the question. I talk to hear back from people, so I'm just waiting to hear back. Okay, so that's he's scared to feel weak. Okay. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. This in reverse is the divine masculine reversed. This is someone who is refusing to take that look, who's refusing to go in deeper. Have you been, okay, so up north tarot, have you been asking more of him lately? Maybe in a responsibility way, or maybe something, and I'm not saying this to make you feel bad or anything, because I feel like we're kind of asking more of our partner in a completely justified way, in a way where we're wanting them to kind of pick up the slack. Have you been doing that lately, where maybe we're trying to lighten the load on ourselves? Is that something that's been going on with you guys lately? Because there's no attack here on you, because the man needs to come into his own sense of self, and the woman does too, right? And I feel like you're probably leading him with breadcrumbs to uncover himself, and that can be emotionally exhausting to do, because you're having to do it for them. And a lot of times what can happen is, if we're empathic, we will try to express their emotions through our own body, and when we try to do that, it's like trying to speak a language that we don't understand, but we need to be fluent in, and we're trying to express it, right? Okay, financially. All right. So it's making sense so far. But the empathic part, where you feel like you're possibly expressing his emotions for him. And then if you get angry or you get upset, which I feel like is really his anger, when he sees it, he probably gets mad at you for getting angry and upset, because you're mirroring back his own emotions, if that makes any sense. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm feeling like right now, personally, there's no cheating going on, but what I feel like is going on is the person's withdrawing because they don't know what else to do. I don't feel like there's any cheating, but I feel like this person gets a sense of like, if we say something or we want them to act a certain way, they withdraw, and maybe they even get quiet or they withhold attention as a form of kind of like sulking. I'm not sure if that's something that they do, but that's something that I could see happening. So I'm not feeling like it's you mirror each other all the time. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. However, you're mirroring him on an emotional level, and I don't feel like you're getting that emotion back with you. So that's the kind of thing. When we're in a relationship, sometimes one person is always helping to improve the other person, but then the other person isn't getting any improvement. They're not learning how to grow as a person because they're always helping the other one kind of grow. And right now that feels okay. That can be something, but this is something that can be difficult later on, because we want to grow as a person too, right? And I feel like there's a responsibility for in relationships, each partner helps the other one grow. They kind of make up for things, but that's something. Let's see. Okay, so I don't get the sense of cheating. I just get the sense of withdrawing. and being secretive because this person is kind of trying to not necessarily protect themselves, but there is a tendency to just be very stubborn and very kind of like my way is the right way, even though you can probably tell that this person is in some sort of emotional turmoil or this person is going through a lot. I understand you want to lighten that load, but it's up to this person to see that you're trying to help and not necessarily threaten. And that's up to them. That's on their part. They have to realize that. But I don't feel like cheating. I don't feel like anything like that. It just feels like it's kind of hit a spot where there's just a lot of insecurity, and especially when we've been in a relationship for, say, let's say longer than 6 months. Once we've been in a relationship that long, we kind of start seeing more and more of the true self of the person coming out. Like they can't hide it anymore. We live with them. We know what they're like when no one's around. You know, we know what this person's like. And at about that time, we start seeing things, and maybe this person could feel like they're being picked on because you're seeing parts of themselves that they haven't healed. The thing is, though, you're bringing up those parts so that they can address them and they can heal them. But what they view it as is they could almost view it as an attack because you're bringing up a part of them that they feel like they can't change or they don't have control over. And that's not true. You're trying to show them where they could change, where they could get better, but they could possibly take that personally. Um, the Okay, this right here. I bring it out every time. Up north, you're new to the channel, so this will be your first time seeing it, but I'll show you. Yo. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm lighting this incense again. Okay, so we have this book. It's a hard truth to swallow. Absolutely it is. We have this book right here. This is the book, The School of Life by Alain de Botton, an emotional education. And this talks about how when we get in a relationship, the idea of loving someone forever as they are now, it's kind of laughable, right? It's like people will say, well, you loved me when we got married. You loved me for who I was, right? But what we should fall in love with a partner is the potentiality that they show, the willingness to change, the willingness to adapt to life's issues, life's problems. And that's something I feel like is very important. Another thing is that we need to learn, like love, in my opinion, and this book talks about it. This is where I got the opinion from. To me, it makes sense. Love being a skill that we learn instead of something that we implicitly know. A lot of people, we think we know how to love or we think we know what love is, but a lot of us grew up on Disney movies. A lot of us grew up on this kind of, this love that is in this kind of like mind reader mentality, where if they really loved me, they could tell what I was thinking, kind of a thing. And anyway, this book talks about that. It's a really good book to have, an emotional education. It's a really good one to kind of look into that talks about the emotional side of us. It talks about being with a partner. It talks about all the stuff. All of the stuff. And so anyway, I'm just holding that one up. If you guys want to look at a good book on, like I said, emotional education, that's definitely a good one. Let me put this up here, so hold on. There we go. All right. So let me look at the other questions here. Okay. Okay, so you have two more questions up north. So if you want to ask those, I feel like we addressed the first one. So if you want to ask another, okay. Whew. Okay, so up north. Here's what I'll do, okay? Mediumistic questions are different than tarot questions or than psychic questions. So what I'll do is I'll try and see what I can get. If I do get a message, if I do get something from him, I'll ask for a little more of a donation just because mediumship is different than the rest of this, kind of stuff. So what I want you to do is, okay, you just have those. Well, okay, if that, I guess that could work. All right. I'll see if I can connect. I'll see if I can connect. I'm not guaranteeing I can connect, but I can try. It kind of is. I used to let those come in and do their thing. Um, I can try. It's a good way to practice. If you're just doing those two questions, we can work with that. That works for me. I just thought there was another one after, so I was thinking, and I need to put it somewhere on the channel that mediumship questions would be extra, but we can try this, okay? Again, not guaranteeing anything. I'm not promising anything, but here's what I'm going to say. Up North Tarot, I'll try and connect with Nick. Okay. Well, hold on, Up North Tarot. I will try and connect with Nick. If I am not able to connect, you don't have to pay anything. If I'm able to connect, then maybe we'll do an additional $10. But if I'm not able to connect, I don't want you to donate now. Do you understand? I want you to wait until, if I hit something, if something resonates, then you can feel free to donate the extra, and I would very much appreciate it. But let's kind of see how it goes first, so that way I don't have to send you your money back. I kind of want this to be you're satisfied with your interaction kind of a thing. So let's do that. Let me go pee, guys. I'm telling you, drinking water's great, but there is a downside, and I'm going to go experience that. So give me I would say about a minute, and then I'm coming right back. So keep it tight, you guys. Hold on. Let's see this one. Yeah, Chanel, I noticed you donated the 20. Thank you. That was incredibly kind. All right, I will see what I can get. I really do appreciate the the money. You're very kind. I do appreciate that. Okay, let's see what we can get here. I just sat in the power earlier today, so I should be able to try something. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do up north. Here's how it works. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you as well. You've been very kind. You've been very patient, and I appreciate that. Okay, so just give me a second here. Yep, take this here. Okay. Thank you very much, up north. I really do feel it when you say that. So I'm not just saying, like, when you say no pressure, that really did start to alleviate some pressure. So thank you. I do appreciate that. Let's try this out here. So I'm going to try to bring through some evidence. So what I try to do, I try to do evidential mediumship. And what that means is that I bring through evidence. And when I'm bringing through evidence, I want you to verify it. I want you to say if it makes sense or if it doesn't. And I'm going to try to bring through more specific types of information, right? I'm assuming Nick is a boy. You know, I'm assuming, right. So I'm just kind of going into that kind of thing. Or I'm assuming that Nick, anyway, I'm just letting you know that part. But I haven't connected yet. I'll just try to bring through the evidential side. So give me a second to connect and we'll see what I can get. And I've got a piece of paper here that I can write stuff down, so let's try this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do with this process, if anyone's curious about the mediumship side of things, is that in order for us to get information, if we focus on looking at spirit in a curious way, that helps us to get information. We don't bark orders at them. We don't demand answers. We just look at them in a way that is like curious. Like, what are you about? What's going on here? Curiosity is a form of love, and it's a form of the universe expressing its love for itself. Curiosity is that. And so when we do that, the universe reciprocates that kind of energy. So remember, curiosity is the key, especially with psychic messages, especially with tarot. Curiosity. When we look at something being curious, we're opening ourselves up and we're allowing that kind of loving energy to come into play. Okay, so let's see what we can get here. Very first thing when I was talking to you up north, was Nick, did he pass or did he have something significant happen when he was 27? 27 years old. That was something that came up to me. I'm just curious with the age 27. Right, love only, absolutely. I feel like I got the age 24 and then I got the age 27. But generally, yeah. So I'll wait to see if that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so first thing being here then. So did he die at 27? Then what happened when he was 24? Oh, he overdosed and he was brought back. Okay, so that makes sense. So he did. Okay, so he's coming through with that. Did any? Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself here. All right. Did he have a? Did Nick have a sense of humor about him? Oh, he passed at 36. Okay. So the 24 and the 24 and the 27. Okay. I feel like I'm being shown messages in twos. Um, so what would the month? Did he pass? Okay, so did he pass in either October or March? Because I was being shown October and March being significant months. So maybe he was born in October or he died in March or vice versa, or something to do with October and March being something going on here. And he did have a sense of humor. Okay. Hmm. Okay, he was a Gemini twins. Okay, and I was going to bring that up too because I was getting the double energy coming in. So he did die in October. Okay. So then the rainbow, I'm getting the word Columbus for some reason, and then I'm getting Rainbow Bridge coming in here. So I'm wondering, yeah, because he's a gem. That makes sense. That does make sense because there was duality with this person. Um, the Rainbow Bridge part, though, is something I'm having. The Rainbow Bridge to me symbolizes animals crossing over or helping animals cross over. I'm wondering, was he a medium or did he do anything spiritual? When I see the Rainbow Bridge here, it feels like I'm doing something with animals crossing over. Maybe I'm helping something with that. Um, I'm hearing harmony, I'm hearing peace, and then I saw the word promise and like two hands making a symbol to me, and that there's a lot here with the way this person's connecting with me. Um, then I'm feeling like I'm having issues with my neck and my shoulder. I don't know if he had any issues with his neck or shoulder on this side. Very fast energy, so I'm thinking this person was kind of quick, kind of a quicker energy, kind of up and up and up and up. I feel like I have stamina. I feel like I'm someone who has like a lot of energy or a lot of enthusiasm, I guess, or a lot of like, and maybe even a tendency towards verbal diarrhea sometimes. I could say that. It's kind of what I'm feeling here. The Then I feel like we're pointing to the tongue. I feel like my tongue is swollen, or I feel like I'm having trouble speaking. Um, Sorry, I know a lot of stuff's coming through. He helped people cross over. Okay, so the Rainbow Bridge would be helping people. Perfect. Okay, so that does. Okay, adrenaline. Okay. So all of that's making sense. Okay, perfect, perfect. Let me see what else I can get here. He died in a motorcycle accident. Okay. Hmm. Was he an organ donor? Just curious. I'm still learning as a medium, so I'm trying to get my lexicon, my psychic dictionary built up. So that's why I ask questions like that. Okay, thank you. The promise with the hands, though, that did come through as a symbol. It was like the word promise, and it was with these hands, and they were like holding each other. They were doing something. So I'm feeling like this person does have a connection with you, a promise, like you said, a promise, or like you're feeling their spirit, you're feeling something there, and I am feeling like this person's helping. I am feeling like this person's helping you. I often feel like this person, when they're around, there can be a shedding of weight in the terms of like you're taking off a Yeah, he was an okay. He was an organ donor. Okay, so um, I feel like when he's around us, it feels like we're taking a coat. We take a coat off of us, so it feels like we're taking off this coat or kind of these things that we wear. And I feel like that's kind of him helping you to take off the burden or to leave the burden behind a little bit. So this person I feel like is here to help us shed what is wow man the energy. The person's here to help us shed um, what is no longer working in our lives. I feel like they're here to help us introduce change. They're here to help us introduce change. And then for some reason I'm feeling marshmallows or I'm seeing marshmallows. I don't know if maybe there was a pet named Marshmallow or if he really liked marshmallows, but there's something here with marshmallows. So that's just something I'm throwing out there. Um, okay. Was he an outdoor person then? Was he someone who loved the outdoors? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And the rainbow bridge that I had come through here with the helping things cross over too, because that's to me the rainbow bridge. James Van Prague, who's a medium, and other mediums have talked about the rainbow bridge, and animals and people go on it as a way to like transition. I do feel like that's something that he's helping with on the other side, or he's helping raise awareness of a connection between the spiritual and the spiritual parts of ourselves and the physical parts of ourselves. I feel like that's something he's doing. Maybe even training himself to be a guide one day for somebody else. Okay, yes, loved outdoors. Okay. So, okay, I'm starting to feel like things are winding down. Um, I feel like right now he's saying, tell her I'm here, tell her I'm happy. So I feel like right now that's something that maybe we hold in our heads like, is he doing okay or are things all right? Where he is absolutely. Um, it's kind of us that have to deal with the things that are left over, but for him, he's fine. He's doing just great. And he's still learning lessons. He's still learning things on the other side. Um, I keep hearing the word college though, and I'm wondering, was he thinking of going back to school or why am I hearing college? Was he ever going to change occupations? Was he ever going to do anything like that? Because that was just something I had. You're welcome. And also, the last thing was, was there anyone that he knew named Charlene or like a CH name? I'm wondering what his mom's name was. I'm feeling like Charlene, and then I'm hearing the name Molly, or I'm hearing something like that. He wants you to get your pandemic, oh, or your paramedic license, pandemic license. Okay, paramedic license. Okay. Okay, so he's helping. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right. Hey, TMC Adams, how are you doing, my friend? Yeah, your name's Chanel. I felt like there was something with his mother though. That's why I was thinking CH. Yeah, right. No, I'm still learning, so I can't get all the messages all the time. But did that help you up north? Do you feel like that was satisfactory for you? And thank you so much, Nick, for connecting with me. I do appreciate that, my friend. You're very welcome up north. I appreciate that you let me do that, and that the extra payment was very sweet of you as well. Oh, thank you, TMC. Let me see here. Okay. I'll put you on the list, my friend. His mom was Sherry. Okay, so not Charlene. Sherry. Sort of. That's close. That is close. I do feel like there was something there where he was trying to verify something, but I couldn't hear the name. It came through so fast. So, yeah, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you for letting me try that connection. I do really appreciate that. Okay. Okay. So, let me move this off to the side here. So I'm going to put TMC on the list here. So right now, TMC, we're going to do, we're up to Angela, and then AJ, and then it's your turn, TMC, okay? And then depending on how it goes, we can do some story time, possibly. You can hear me ramble on for hours about things. I don't know. Okay, Angela, if you want to, go right ahead and ask your questions. Or you can do one question at a time, however you feel comfortable doing this. Okay, see, this is what I was talking about, Angela, is that he would try to work on things. He would... Okay. But let's address the question you have. Let's address that. That's why I told you, remember, Angela? That's why I told you he left that there, was so he could use it as a bargaining chip later on. So please remember that moving forward. Obviously you do, because you're here again, but I'm just saying. Okay, I wanted to talk and asked about working on things. What does he think of me after our conversation? So let's look at that. What does Stephen think of Angela after the conversation? Elizabeth, how are you doing, my friend? She's one of our Patreon supporters. I'm sure you were, Angela. You don't seem like the type that would hold your tongue in that situation, which is awesome. More power to you. You need to say what's on your mind. You need to go for it 100%. 100%. So let's see how he is. What does he think of me now after our conversation? So I'm going to shuffle these a couple more times here. A couple more times. Let's do this here. I am doing good, Elizabeth. Thank you for checking in. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. And some of us aren't built like other people. Some of us are just not as social. You guys don't know this, but there's no exit to this room. I'm just floating in space right now. Just me and my cats. So I know a little about being isolated. Let's see, with Angela's question, how does Stephen feel after your conversation? So here's what I get. I get 7th chakra, Archangel Uriel in reverse, and then I get the hostilities card right here. So I'm wondering if, because wasn't this, and Angela, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't this the same person that said he didn't want to be with someone that has kids, but you have kids? Is this the same person that said that? Because when we see the hostilities in the 7th chakra, Archangel Uriel in reverse, it's feeling to me like there's a sense for this person to try and come back into your life, and I'm feeling like he's trying to any way he can, and the way that he tried to appeal to you this time was to talk to you. Okay, he didn't say that to you. I must be thinking of someone else. You said you were very honest with him, Angela. Okay? So, when you said you were very honest, can you tell me what you said to him? I'm just curious here. I mean, I feel like you're starting to have this very strong, powerful, feminine voice. I feel like you're starting to understand what that means for you. So I'm curious. You called him out on his behavior. You said what was going on. Because for this first one, because we talked about the connection before when you were on here, the relationship was not balanced. Perfect. That makes perfect sense to me. So what I would say moving forward, because I see hostilities and I see the 7th chakra, Archangel Uriel in reverse, I would tell him that I do feel like it does feel like there's some, and he was disrespectful. Disrespectful in ways, is that what you were going to say, or disrespectful always? Curious here. So with this one right here, in ways. Okay, disrespectful in ways. No, you're good, Angela. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. I'm patient. I can wait, and I just want to ask to make sure I'm not like upset. You guys are definitely not taking up my time because of you guys. I can do this for a living, so I'm very appreciative. You're even on here, so thank you so much. But so let me draw another card here. The next card I get is the Envy card right here. I'm feeling like with this person, they envy what you have, but I don't feel like it's necessarily in a way that is like to be with you in an intimate way. It feels like maybe it's for like what you have in your life, or maybe the comfort, or maybe Like, I feel like you have something in your life where things are more stable for you, and I feel like this person is maybe envious of that. Um, but I'm not getting a strong like love connection after this. I feel like this person has a lot of immature behaviors, and I would say this, Angela, if you're wanting to be in a relationship with this person again, um, I would say this, okay? I would say you have to lay the ground rules. You have to talk about things that are bothering you, and the person isn't allowed to like leave the room or walk out or whatever. If that's something you want to do, there needs to be honesty and transparency, which it sounds like you're starting. You're talking to him. You're being very honest. You're being very open. I don't want you to lose that. I do not want you to lose your voice in any relationship, but especially in this one. Okay. And the other thing that I would say is that if this person is trying to come back in your life, give them back their TV. And then I would say this: you start dating again from ground one. He has his TV back. You start dating again. He's not going to be living with you. He's not going to be, this is what I'm saying. This is a suggestion. You can do whatever you want. I'm not trying to force anything. I'm just as a suggestion. I would say, here's your TV back. We can start dating again, and maybe we can try and see if things work out this time, if that's something you want to try. I do feel like, though, there is an agenda here, and that to me makes me feel creeped out. But giving the TV back, and I would say starting from ground zero. You also found out he was watching you. Okay. Okay. And so you're finding out he's watching you, he's doing this. So there's kind of an obsession here. There's something going on. But it's up to you where things go next, right? I would say this. I don't like the connection. Oh, those were things you said. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I read that as okay. That was my bad. I read that wrong. And yeah, I would. Yes, I am, Elizabeth. I'm still taking questions. Here's what I would say for this, Angela. This person's energy to me does not feel sincere. It doesn't feel very good. I feel like there's something. Okay, stop it, Yoshi. I feel like it's not really something where I feel like you can grow anymore in that relationship. It feels like you've learned what you needed to learn, in my personal opinion. Um, and I feel I did say to you that he would use the TV as a bargaining chip, right? As long as you had that TV still there, he could come back in your life in some way. And I did mention that. And so I'm saying right now, my personal take on it is I wouldn't let him back in. I wouldn't try again. But if you want to do that, that's your choice. That's something you could do. But it feels like there's ulterior motives here, and it feels like, oh, Nessa, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay. See, that's good. That's good. You said yes to him, but not as interested as you thought you would be. That shows that you're healing. That shows that you're moving past it and you're starting to see your own worth and your own value. Because when you were open and honest with him, you could let it out, and it kind of felt good to have that. I want you to remember that open and honest feeling that you had. I don't want you to lose that. So, and realize that even if you said yes, or even if anything happened, he even thinks he noticed. Hmm. Not as interested as I thought I would be. Oh, okay. I'm not as interested as I thought I would be. I even think he noticed it. Okay, and that's okay too. That's okay too that he notices it, because I do feel like you've learned what you could from this lesson. And it doesn't matter. I want everyone to know this right now. It doesn't matter if you have said yes. You can still say no, right? We don't have to have something happen just because we said yes a second ago. We can change our minds. We can be fluid. We can feel the safety in our decision making. It doesn't mean we're locked into that decision. Who cares what this person thinks of us, right? Let's be true to ourselves. And maybe we wanted to see what it felt like. Maybe we wanted to be in that role for a second. But we can take a step back and be like, yeah, this doesn't feel good, or this doesn't feel like the right thing for me, and go from there. There's nothing wrong with that. We can always circle back. We can always circle back and say this doesn't feel right. And if someone tries to make us feel bad for doing that, that's on them. 100% has nothing to do with you. It's their own drama, their own trauma, their own kind of shit. So that's what I feel there, Angela. So do you have another question? And so right now I'm reading Angela, then it's AJ, then it's TMC, then it's Nessa, and then it's Elizabeth. So TMC, I will look at that for you, Angela. Give me 1 second here. Let me address TMC's question. Okay, so TMC, so with mediumship I charge more, but here's the thing, right? You already paid for a question, so what I'll do is this. If I connect with the person, if I can bring through evidential things from the person, then I'll ask for an extra $15. If not, then we can try something else. But you don't have to pay now, is what I'm saying. If I bring through the evidence, then you can pay. If I don't, you don't have to pay. I'm still practicing as a medium. I'm still learning, and I don't want to be paid for work that I'm not doing, if that makes sense. So I want to be, but I do want to be compensated if it's correct, if there is a connection, if there is something going on. TMC, does that make sense to you? Just so that there's some trust established here, because I am still learning. I can get information. In fact, TMC, before you came on, like literally right, you were coming on right at the end part of when I was doing a mediumship reading. And that one went well, thankfully, but again, I'm still learning. Okay, so when it's your turn, we'll see what we can do, okay, my friend? Okay, so your two questions, Angela, your other two questions are, is he really moving to his new place next week, and what is he planning to do next towards me? Are those your two other questions? Because I'll address that one. So let's do this. Okay, perfect, Angela. Thank you so much. So let's look here. Is he really moving to his new place next week? Let's look at that. Is Stephen really moving to a new place next week? Is he moving toward a new place next week? Is he moving into a new place? Okay. Something feels off here with that question. I get Angel of Balance in reverse, and then I get the Temple Path also in reverse, and then I get 4th Chakra Archangel Michael or Archangel Raphael upright. So I'm wondering here if I'm just going to say this: did he come across as being kind of pitiable? Like, did he come across as being like very low and very like, or was he high energy with you? I'm curious here. It does feel like he was overcompensating for something. Or it feels like he's trying to show you how much he's improved in such a short amount of time. But I'm feeling like there's something not quite right here. Or the alternative is there very well could be a place and maybe it's not going to be next week. Maybe for some reason it gets postponed. But right now, it is feeling like something is... It just feels like something's off. To me, the reason why I got the 4th chakra, Archangel Raphael, is because, and I got the Temple Path in reverse and the Angel of Balance in reverse. I feel like he's trying to appeal to your sense of reason, right? And I feel like he's trying to get you to take him back, but he's trying to show through different things. To me, it feels like there's something going on here. Like I said, I do feel like there's an agenda with this person. Hopefully I'm wrong with that, but it does feel like something's not quite right with what he said. I'm feeling like he's trying to get you back invested in him, and the way he can do that is to show that he's made some growth or some change. So he's trying to make it look that way, but something just feels off. Something does feel off with this connection. He said something about not doing him like that again. You mean getting him out of your life? Is that what he was saying? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're calling the shots. And if he's saying stuff like that now, I need to know the context of it, though. But I really didn't listen like that. It feels like it's the same person, but he's wearing a different costume, and he's trying to tell you he's changed. To me, and it feels like you're going to be, if you get with him again, putting him out. Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm not frustrated with you, Angela. With this Steven person, though, I'm frustrated with, because all you did was say, I don't want to tolerate this anymore, and this person's not even back in your life, and they're getting ready to make special requests. So, no, it seems to me like this person, the tiger, right, has changed its stripes, but it's still a tiger. So I want you to just realize, Angela, you have the power here. Like I said, you can see what's going on with it if you want. I personally wouldn't. I would give him his TV back, and I would say, here, you can have this, and kind of have that be it. Kind of have that be the thing. And then just kind of move on with your life. If you feel like you need something there with you, or someone there with you, I mean, I don't get good feelings with this person. But I can look here. So you see him, okay. I understand, Angela. I understand. But you can also at any point, you know, back out of the deal. You can also get out of that situation. Give him back his TV. It doesn't matter if this person thinks you're a liar or you're whatever. Uh, Again, that's your call. But so, what are his intentions towards you? I think that was your last question. Let me see. Oh, okay, you can see through him. Okay, okay, good. You don't trust him. Perfect. No, that's good. That's good. You're listening to that part of you. That shows that you've done some healing work, and it shows what you will and won't stand in a new relationship when that does eventually come into play. But let's look at this last question here. Even though I feel like I kind of already addressed it, you said, "What would he do with you?" Or what are his intentions towards you? Let's see. And I am sorry about that, Angela. I'm just having difficulty reading stuff, so that's me. I'm just having a hard time reading. But let's try this here. Let's do this. What are Stephen's intentions towards Angela? Okay. Right here, third chakra, in reverse, Archangel Shamuel. So I'll tell you right now what this means. This person wants to have something over you. I feel like this person wants to be in the relationship again because when they're there, they can lord over you in some way, or they can kind of lower you down so that you can be with them. So I do feel like this person's trying to take away something from you, like your peace of mind. Because if this person invalidates you, you'll lower yourself and then you are on their level. So right now you're vibrating at a higher level. You're at a higher level than this person, and the way they can be with you is to bring you back down, to be with them. And so that's what I'm feeling would happen. So it would be him kind of going over you or trying to control you or your actions. I do feel like this person's trying to coerce their way back in so they can control you with their actions or with snide comments or whatever it happens to be. Because this person, I feel like when you kicked them out, that you embarrassed them. You hurt their pride. And this person, I feel like, has sort of almost like a vendetta. Like they want to get back at you for something. And there's nothing to get back at. All you did was stand up for yourself and say, "Get the hell out of my house. I don't respect you as a person," because you didn't. And you meant everything that you did. You meant kicking him out. And I'm feeling like you're making the right choice. I don't trust this person. So, yeah. Does that help answer your questions, Angela? Okay. Okay. He has issues, and I want you guys to realize I don't care who it is. People need to work on their own issues, okay? Because if we're working on ours, people need to work on theirs. It is never our responsibility to fix somebody else. It's always their responsibility. We can help them on that journey if they ask for help and if they want our help, and only then. Otherwise, there is no point. You are wasting your breath, you're wasting your time, and I know it comes from wanting to help people. I know it comes from wanting to be that person, that positive person that radiates that kind of energy. But we have to realize that this has probably come from a level of dysfunction from growing up in a narcissistic system somewhere along the way. And we've become like people pleasers. And so we have to realize what that means. We have to take responsibility and we have to start healing ourselves. Just like Angela's doing here, she's seeing through this guy's bullshit. And when we do that, we can see other narcissistic people for what they are. And we don't bend over backwards for those people because those people will take advantage of us until we know what we need to fix about ourselves to make it so that we're no longer giving that energy away to people that don't deserve it. Because our energy is precious and our time is the only currency we have, and we don't get refunds on time. If we're with someone for 5 years and it doesn't work out, we don't get that time back. So we need to be careful. We need to guard our time. Okay. So hopefully that helps answer your questions, Angela. I'm going to go on to AJ here. Are you still there, AJ? Oh, gosh. And okay, so if AJ's not there, then we'll just skip and we will come back to AJ. So, and remember, guys, if you do pay for a question, if for some reason I'm not able to get to you, you will get a refund if I go off, right? Uh, so don't worry about that. But I just skip over a person, and then when you guys come back, you get your queue back in line. But for now, I'm thinking we're going to go to TMC. So, okay, TMC, what do you got for me? You had questions, but you also had a medium, possibly a mediumship kind of question here. So I'll see what I can bring through. I am going to go to the bathroom one more time. One more time, it's not going to hurt. You're very welcome, TMC. So I'll see what I can do. I am going to, like I said, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then we'll see what we can do, okay, for you? All right, just give me 1 second. We'll see what we can do. Okay, so we're back here. I'm going to try and connect with AMC, or TMC's, not AMC. I don't think you produced The Walking Dead, but TMC's grandmother. So we're going to try and see if we can do TMC's grandmother here, try to bring her through, and see what we can get, you guys. Okay, so I'm just going to get this piece of paper. So as I said last time, when we are connecting mediumistically, when we're connecting psychically, we want to have a vibration that is love, that is kind of gratitude, it's appreciation. But if for some reason that's harder for us to do because we kind of live in a closed off society, what we can do instead is we can look at things in a curious way. And when we do that, when we look at things in a curious way, it's kind of like the universe is discovering itself. When we're curious about something, we're genuinely interested in the potential expression of that thing or in the potentiality of it. And because of that, the universe wants to show us more. So curiosity is actually very helpful for connecting with loved ones that have passed on, so to speak. So with that being said, we'll see what we can bring through for TMC here and go from there. So let's try this here. Just give me a second, TMC, because I'm going to try bringing through some information. So let's see here. First thing I'm getting here is, so I'm still learning as a medium, and I'll try connecting a few different times, but I'm wondering if there was something, did she have diabetes or high blood sugar? Or did she have something with sugar? And then there's something here, I feel like maybe I'm 79 when I passed. I'm wondering if the age 79 or around that age, if that makes any sense. Hey, Raven Wind, how are you doing? Okay. Also wondering if there was anything with the airways too, maybe asthma or maybe something to do with not being able to breathe. Maybe blood clots as well. She was in her 80s. Okay, so 79, 80, her in her 80s. Okay. Did she have several health problems though? Was that something that happened? I do feel like there's blood clots, or I feel like there's this and that. I do feel like it was kind of her time to go because it felt like my body was kind of surrendering at this point, letting go, so to speak. I'm almost wondering if she said that to you too, if she told you she was letting go, or if she told family members that she was letting go in a way to signify that she would be transitioning soon. I'm curious if that's something that happened. She was hospitalized. Okay. Okay. Yes, she was so ready to go. Okay, perfect, perfect. So that kind of verifies that, because to me that's what it felt like. It felt like it's time. It did feel like it's time. There was a transition. Um, when she was younger, was she someone that was creative or made things? I was almost being shown like almost like a diorama or doing something with crafting. I felt like maybe she was very crafty or she made things. Um, More creative, I guess, would be what I would feel. And that's awesome, Raven. That's awesome, Raven. Sounds like things are moving along for you, so that's really good. I almost feel like I saw this person when they were younger. I'm wondering if maybe that runs in your family. Okay, so that makes sense. I'm wondering, who is the dancer? Was it her that did the dancing, or that did something with dancing? Because I'm feeling like there's this kind of feeling of dancing or having this kind of passion coming through. Also, I'm wondering if some of her, I feel like I'm being shown a specific couch. Good, Raven, good. You're making progress. That's awesome. That's always good. But I am feeling like someone got a couch after something happened. It feels like that. For some reason, I'm focusing on a couch or I'm focusing on furniture, so it did feel like someone got a couch after she had passed or something along those lines. And then I'm getting a sense, one of the last memories that it feels like one of the last memories this person had, I feel like I'm having a picnic or I'm doing something outdoors with the family or I'm doing something, but it feels like that was kind of the last. That was like a very strong memory, if not the last one she had. It feels like a very strong memory of kind of like going out and feeling like she's a part of the family. So I think that meant a lot to her during that time. And is there someone named Sue in the family? I asked your grandmother what her name was and I got the name Sue. I don't know if that's for her though, necessarily, because it felt kind of cloudy, so I'm curious if Sue is anyone in the family. Um, you weren't there. Okay. You weren't there when they got rid of her stuff. Okay. Perfect. She did enjoy family time. And that seems like a given. You know, that does seem like a given. It seems like I'm just making stuff up. But I'll say this right now. My own grandmother, she didn't hang out with the family. When everyone came over, she kind of went off in a room and did her own thing. And so to genuinely be there, to genuinely enjoy that kind of family time, yeah. Your mom's name is Sarah. Okay, so Sue, Sarah. There was an S name that came through. Um, it did feel like Sue though, so that okay, that's fine. Did she say things? I asked her, "What can you tell me?" And I'm wondering if she said things like "everything's peachy" or "everything's a-okay." I'm wondering if she had a certain way of speaking that sort of made us laugh or giggle a little bit because she had a way with words, kind of a thing. I'm curious if that was the kind of person she was. I'm peachy came through. I'm peachy, I'm fine, kind of a thing came through. Ask and see, just because to me that name came through and I felt like it was kind of a more. I felt like it meant something. So Very sarcastic. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, the kitty's right down here. What was the... So Yankee, what does that mean? TMC? Something she was into? Or So, um, I feel like I'm getting something with this person where I'm getting a sense of... I'm wondering if this person was curious about people in the family and genuinely cared about their well being. I feel like this person was a caring person. I am feeling, though, towards the end, that maybe there was a bit of a pulling away. Like maybe this person didn't want to show they were sick or they were weak. I'm feeling like there was kind of a pulling away. Um, oh, wise ass is from New York. Okay, okay. See, I don't speak that, but that's hilarious. I love that. Yankees are like wise asses from New York. I love that. Um, but it does feel like there was a pulling away a little bit towards the end, and I feel like she wants to say that it wasn't. I felt like her own mortality, when it was called into question, was something that was kind of hard for her to deal with. It wasn't that she didn't want to be... I'm feeling like she wished she could have been closer. She wished things weren't the way they were when she passed. Like things happened the way they needed to happen, but there's like this tendency for her to want to say like that she loved you guys and she appreciated you. And I feel like she wanted to do more of that and she was not able to before she passed. Like there was a transition, it was time for her to go, but she would have wanted to stay to see how things turned out, so to speak. Like that to me, she feels involved. She feels like that kind of involved, inquisitive sort of energy. So that's what I'm feeling from her more than anything. And that she's still there now. She's not there, obviously, she's not there physically, but she's still there in a way. And I feel like she's trying to just let you know that everything's okay. Everything's going okay. And I feel like she's holding the family kind of together just in that way. Right. That resonates on everyone's end. Okay. Okay. Maybe as I'm looking at this right here, 79, the number 79, maybe ask someone in the family if anything happened to her when she was 79 years old, possibly concerning the heart. I'm curious if something happened with her heart when she was around 79, because that was a significant age, and as I looked at it again, it felt like something happened when I was 79. So I'm just curious with that. But hopefully that sort of addresses stuffed animal of Godfrey. Oh, does she have anything to say about the stuffed animal of Godfrey? I can see if I can get anything for that. Let me try this here. I will ask her what it was, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I'll ask her what it was. So let's try this. Was this given... Okay, you lived with her around the age of... Okay, okay. Was Godfrey given to her when she passed? Or as like a present to help her eat transition? Was that something? Because immediately when you mentioned that and I tried to think of what it was, I felt like I was starting to get choked up. So I'm wondering if that was something given to her during maybe a hard time or when she was passing. But let me see here. dial this in, because I felt emotional with this Godfrey. I felt emotional with this stuffed animal. I feel like I'm hearing the name Murphy as well, which is interesting. But let me see what else I can get here. And was Godfrey either a stuffed elephant or a stuffed rabbit? Because that's what I'm seeing here. And then maybe I felt like maybe polka dots or something like that. Again, I'm still learning with this, so if any of that resonates, that's great, but I am still learning. If it doesn't, that's okay too. Okay, then I did not get that one right. So, is a replica doll of her ex-husband that my mom kept. Okay. A replica doll. Okay. It does. It does. That makes sense. That was something, yeah. That one was a little more difficult for me to tune into. Does the name Murphy mean anything? Does that mean anything to you? Murphy or maybe Murray? Okay, thank you for that. So, TMC, I was able to get a little bit. I feel like I was able to get a little bit, but you don't have to pay me for that. Um, I feel like I was able to get it a little, but I still need to dial in my mediumship. So, I do appreciate you letting me try, though. That I do appreciate. Uh, but yeah, you're good. You don't need to pay anything for that one. Um, yeah. Okay, so let me reposition myself here. Let's do this here. So TMC, does that kind of help answer some questions for you? Hopefully, I mean, you're very welcome. Again, I'm still learning. I'm still trying my best. So, all right. Sometimes I'm able to connect and sometimes I am not, and that to me was not much of a connection. So, still have a ways to go. Okay. All right. So, AJ, are you there? Okay, still no AJ. So let's move on to Nessa. Are you there? I'm glad it was helpful, TMC. I'll try and get better so I can get better evidence for you in the future. All right, Nissa. Okay, so do you want to give me your questions? All right, we can look at that. What was your past life like? Let's flip this over here. So I'm going to try and tune in psychically here, Nessa. So I assume that's okay because you're asking that question. So let's try this out here. And you guys, if you wouldn't mind, if you guys aren't subscribed, or if you could like the video, I would really appreciate that. Just as kind of an aside, if you wouldn't mind doing that. Let's see what we got here. So the first thing I feel, Nessa, is this. So the very first thing I'm seeing is like a skeleton. So that doesn't mean you were a skeleton in your past life. I mean, we all were and still are skeletons in meat suits. But what I'm feeling is that you were possibly a nurse or maybe a doctor, someone who worked, or like a physician, someone who worked on the anatomy of the human body. I do feel like there was something there where we worked on the human body. We did something there. It does feel like it was in the earlier days. It feels like, pardon the pun, right, the skeleton, but it feels like it was bare bones. So I feel like it was back maybe in the 1800s. I feel like a lot of medical science hadn't come to fruition yet, right? In fact, hand washing wasn't even a regular practice until much, much later on in the medical field, which is crazy to me that people just didn't wash their hands before doing surgery. But that, that's interesting. But that's what I'm seeing here is I'm feeling like in your past life, you focused on helping people the best you could with what you had. But I do feel like you were a doctor. It does feel like you were possibly a man in a past life, which doesn't mean anything. Like, to me, gender is superfluous when we go through spiritual awakenings and stuff. I feel like I've been a woman in many of my lifetimes, and I have a lot of feminine qualities now. So I feel like that's something that's a compliment because it's balanced, right, between the two genders. So I feel like I do feel like we were a man, and I do feel like we did something where we were helping with surgeries or we were helping with something. Again, it feels like it was in the 1800s. Let me just write some of this down here. Okay. So we had something where, just give me 1 second here. 1800s. It feels like maybe it was the later 1800s too. So I would say around 1870 to 1880 was probably when we died. 1870, 1880 was probably when we passed on. I feel like we were young when we died too. So it feels like maybe we were born in the 1850s or the 1840s and we passed in the 1870s, 1880s. So I feel like we were in between our 30s and 40s when we passed. So let's do about 18, it feels like about 1850 was where we were born. Then we had the 1880, 1840s, 1850s for being born, and then 1870, 1890, or 1880. There's a lot of dates going on here. Okay. Another thing, I feel like in your past life, it feels like we were someone who had a particular taste for animals. So I'm feeling like we were into like spiders, we were into a lot of different creatures, kind of a thing. So I don't feel like you had one pet, and I don't feel like it was a normal pet. I feel like you had a bunch of like not exotic animals, but you kept interesting creature company, is what I'm feeling here. Um, You did die young, though, but back in the 1800s, dying young was kind of par for the course, if you know what I mean. There was a lot of stuff going around, and I feel like maybe malaria or maybe something happened. Let me actually, because malaria came into my head, so. So is any of that making sense so far, Nessa? Does that kind of make sense so far? There can be things that happen, right? Like, so the fear that you have now, like you're scared of the doctor, I'll say this right now. I have to this day, I have an unnatural fear of water. It's so bad. It's so like deep water. Thessaliophobia, I think is what it's called. My fear of water is so bad that even in video games, right? Even in video games, I can't dive deep in the water. I'm scared to death of it. Even if I'm playing a game or if something's going on, it scares me to the point I don't know why. But I had kind of a revelation. I do feel like I passed away underwater. I do feel like I had a past life. I was underwater. I couldn't breathe, or maybe something, maybe I got kind of a thing. But that's what I feel like happened. So we could have a fear in this life that could have been a direct correlation to how we passed in our past life. Does that make sense? Right? So I feel like you were a doctor or a surgeon back in the 1800s, and I do feel like you died from a disease. I don't feel like you died natural causes, and it does feel like it was malaria. It does feel like it was something like that. Um, but that's what I'm seeing here, right? And there could be something where, hold on 1 second. It could be something with kind of the people that we kept company with, or not the people, but kind of the place that we were at, right? Thank you for the subscription, Gigi, or Gigi. I don't know how to say it, but thank you. And welcome to the channel. But that's something that I'm seeing. So let's see what else we can get here. It does feel like a short life. It feels like you were only a doctor for it feels like you were only a doctor for maybe 5 or 6 years. You did enjoy it when you were a doctor, but again, it feels like your life was cut short, and it feels like it was something that really couldn't have been any other way. You were meant to live a life that was shorter back then. It was just kind of the way it was meant to happen. That's what I can get for that life. It feels part of your life feels like we were in the UK, and then the other part feels like we were in part of the United States. Um, but it feels like we probably didn't live here. Maybe we were here on business, or maybe we did something. But it feels like we were in the UK first, and then we were in the United States, and then we were in the UK, and then I feel like we passed in the UK. So to me, there's that kind of connection. Um, Other than being a doctor, let's see what else we can get here. I'll try and get a couple more details, and then we'll go to your next question here. So let me see what I can get. And be thinking of your next question, Nessa, okay? So we can ease on into it. So let's see what we got here. So the name Jeffrey comes up here being your kind of name. This could have been a last name as a possibility, Dr. Jeffrey, or that's what I feel like. Dr. Jeffrey to me resonates pretty strongly with this kind of with this. So I feel like Jeffrey was probably a last name, but that's what I'm feeling here. Jeffry. So that's what I'm feeling here, Jeffrey. Um, let's see. It actually, okay, this is the last bit of info that I can get here. It actually feels like you caught something before, you were exposed to something before you passed away from malaria, and I feel like you just got over one thing, and then something else came in and kind of gave you the finishing blow. So I feel like there could have been something here where our immune system was compromised, or maybe we were sick or had a weaker immune system. So it does feel like the fact that you lived in an age where people got sick all the time and you were a doctor for like 5 years before passing yourself, to me says quite a bit. It says that even though you had a weaker immune system, you had this kind of way of being where you still wanted to help people even though you yourself were fragile. And that's what I'm feeling. It's kind of like a frail kind of fragileness. It's not like this manly man kind of energy. It's like this energy of like trying to do the best I can. And I feel like you were honorable and you had honesty, but again, you did have a very short life. It just doesn't feel like it was meant to be long. Um, and maybe you even said something in that age where it's like, I'm never going to live to be old. You said it in jest, but I do feel like that's kind of what I'm getting here. So, does that help answer that first question for you, Nessa? Oh, okay, perfect. Do I see a pregnancy for you this year? Let's look at that. So the very first thing that came in my head was I feel like there could be something in August. Okay, so 8. Um, but something in January is telling me that's when you're going to have something, and I feel like it's going to be a boy. So it's going to be something in January, is kind of what I'm feeling. So I don't feel like this year. I do feel like the start of next year. Um, but January feels like a very important month. January 2022 or 20. Yeah, we're not on. It's 2021 now. I'm like 80% sure. So January 2022, I do feel like is going to be something, and I do feel like it's going to be a boy. It feels like it's going to be a boy. But there was something in August, so there could be something in August as well. So to me, I'm either feeling it's going to happen in August or it's going to happen in January for some reason. So does that help answer that question, Nessa? I feel like that was pretty specific. Um, if it's a boy, because I'm wondering if it's a boy, if you're going to use your father's name, or if something's going to happen with the father's name, or like a grandfather. To me, it feels like if it's a boy, you already possibly have a name picked out. I'm not sure, but a father did pop up, so I'm curious. Do I see success in the fashion industry? Let's look at that. So let me do this here. Of course. I figured it was for you. Let's try that though. So let's do. Let me actually do the cards on this one. Okay. Do I see success in the fashion industry for Nessa here? Okay. That is good. That's just fine. But I am feeling like, so August or January, we're kind of taking that, we're projecting it into the future. So it could be a little before, it could be a little bit after. But I would say February at the very, very, very latest. To me, February would be the very latest. So that's what I'm seeing. Hi, Theo. Okay, I'll put you on the list here, my friend. Thank you. Okay, so right now I'm reading Nessa, and then Elizabeth, and then Theo. So we're on Nessa's third question. After this, I'm moving on to Elizabeth. Are you still there, Elizabeth? Okay, so I'll do this here. Okay, so get your question ready, Elizabeth, and I'm going to address Nessa's question. You don't have to post it right now, but just when I'm done with Nessa's question. That way we can move it along a little quicker here, because I'm actually going to do this right now. So Theo, you are the last one to come in because right now I'm doing this. So let me see if I can guess it's this one. Then let me do this. Let me go like this. And okay. All right, so let's address these questions and then the old stream will be ending after I'm done with your guys' questions. Thank you everyone for being awesome, and let's address Nessa's question. Will Nessa be successful in the fashion industry? I figured it was a smiley face. Either that, Elizabeth, or you're showing me where the holes are in a bowling ball. Which is good. I need to know that because I often forget. Alrighty. Let's do this. Will Nessa be successful in the fashion industry? I imagine, Nessa, that is a tough... I imagine it's a tough industry. Very competitive. So I'm going to do this for you, Nessa. I'm going to do this. So, will you be successful in the fashion industry is a good question, but let's make it a little more specific. Will you be successful in the fashion industry and then I'm going to do a 3-year spread. I'm going to do one card for each year, and we're going to find when you're going to be successful. So we'll do one card for this year, one card for 2022, and one card for 2023, and we'll see if there's any successes that come from that. Does that work for you, Nessa? Awesome. Okay, let's see what we can get. All right, so this is 2021, 2022, 2023. So here's what I'm seeing right here. So I'm feeling like 2021, we're really thinking about what to do. So this year we're thinking about what to do. We're trying to get things going, right? So 2021, I feel like we're thinking, we're getting things ready, we're kind of putting things in place. We're getting ready to do something, but maybe we're not doing it yet. We're kind of setting something up. We're getting the plans ready. Now this one is interesting. So then 2022, we get a strategy right here. There we go. So 2022, I feel like the start of 2022, something's going to be moving for us. Something's going to be moving along for us. It does feel to me like inspiration kind of comes in waves for you. I'm feeling like 2022 is going to be when the inspiration kind of hits us a little more directly, like where it's kind of actionalized, if that makes sense, if that's a word. Actionalized? I just made it up. If it's not a word yet, it will be. I'll call Webster. I'll get it all going. But then 2023, I get Door to Romance in reverse. And this one to me is saying maybe 2023 we are prioritizing working possibly over connection in some ways. So we could be hyper fixated on working in 2023, possibly getting the groundwork done, doing something where we're focusing more on that. So 2023 is going to be a year where we practice a lot more self-love and a lot more compassion. But I feel like the next 2 years are going to be us building up something for ourselves. And then in 2023, it does feel like we might need to take a step back, like breathe a little bit, and maybe reassess what we're doing exactly. So this to me is good. These are really good cards right here, but it's showing that it's going to be a steady process, and it's not going to be instant. It's going to take some time, but I do feel like there's going to be some success here. Does that help you, Nessa? I do feel like there will be quite a bit of success, but we need to listen to what it is that people want in fashion. We need to kind of be up on the trends, which I'm sure you are, but that's what I'm feeling is going to be the very most important thing, is for us to be able to just be there, for us to be able to be where we need to be and focus on the fashion industry, focus on bringing something to life that is truly unique. That's what I feel like will bring the most, or even doing something that's kind of deriving from something else. But it does to me feel like you've got a part of you that wants to really express that creative side, or really express the fashion side of things, and I do feel like there will be success, if not in 2022, then in 2023 for sure. I do feel like 2022, though, things are going to start moving along for you. So next year, I do feel like things will start moving along for you. You're very welcome, Nessa. Thank you for letting me do that for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, my friend. Okay, so Elizabeth, you want to ask your question? So right now we're on Elizabeth, and then we're going to Theo. And then I'll say one more time, Allison, or AJ, are you there? Did you come back? Because what I'll do is I'll address Elizabeth, and then I'll address Theo, and then I'll address Allison's question. Questions for Allison. Okay, Elizabeth. So, um, let's dissect this a little bit more. So your friend's fiance messaged you and it felt off. The convo was normal, but then he kept asking me not to tell my friend. He messaged me. What is this guy's angle? It feels weird, but I can't really place why. It's because he's a fiance to somebody and he's telling you to keep something secret. He reached out to you, and after he reached out to you, he said, please don't tell anybody. But he was the instigator of reaching out to you. And then he says, please be quiet. Yeah, that's gross. I don't like that. It doesn't make any sense. What did he ask you? What you said the conversation. He kept asking me not to tell that he messaged me more than 5 times. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this. What did you have a conversation about? Because I mean, that's not right. He's putting you in a position that feels dirty, and you didn't even do anything wrong because he reached out to you first. Okay. Okay. So he said he didn't feel good between us. Okay, that's not okay. All right. So, Elizabeth, this to me, this honestly right here, I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah, okay. That's huge red flags, and I'll tell you why right here. Something's very off here. No, he doesn't mean all three of you, because why would he say that he messaged you in secret? You know what I mean? He wouldn't. No, something's really wrong here. So, I'll address this. Right, he kept asking you not to tell. So, I'll say what I feel is going on here. So when a man, a guy, reaches out, says he's a horrible person, right, you only hung out with this when your friend is around. When he says he's a horrible person, he's trying to get you to say, no, you're not. And he's trying to get that empathic side of you to come out. So already he's trying to get your sympathy by saying, I'm a horrible person, I do this and that, or whatever. Not right. And then on top of that, he made it a secret that he communicated with you that he did that. And to me, right now, I'd take a screenshot of that and I would send it to the friend. Or I would talk to the friend in private. I would do something to say, hey, this is not right. What's going on here? And the more, to me, the whole thing isn't right, because it feels like he's trying to implicate you in his crimes. He's trying to bring you in on that. That's not right. And especially starting off, or especially, having a conversation, I'm a horrible person. Generally, men do that to get sympathy from a woman, to make it so that they're kind of in. They're like in, and they can talk to you and they can do whatever they want because they shared something vulnerable with you. They're horrible. And so now, to me, that feels very icky. That feels very gross. And this right here is why it's important to heal from that narcissistic wounding that we've talked about before when we're dealing with that. Because when we're people pleasers, we would take that as a sign to help this person. I'm glad though that you just read it and you didn't respond, because that's good. That's really good, because that's what he's wanting you to do, is respond. Okay. He asked you. Okay, so you did respond. All right. He asked me why I'm so nice, and I said I wasn't. I was just responding to him. So again, this is something other people do. It's called like love bombing. So he's giving you a bunch of compliments now so that you don't say something later. The whole thing feels like a spider trying to trap a fly. So to me, I would stay far away from this person. And if you feel comfortable, I would say tell your friend, because that's not right. And if you're either way, that stinks, because he's a fiance and he's saying not to say anything. I don't. The whole thing just reeks. It's not. That's not good, right? And you had a weird feeling with it too. So I think if someone is immediately playing the victim card with you, I'm a horrible person, I do this, I do that, they're trying to get a response. They're trying to get something from you. And hold on, like small response, he asked me how I was. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Elizabeth. So what I would do, you can do whatever you want, okay? You don't have to listen to me. You're free to live your own life. And I told him I had other plans because I just feel awful. So I would say screenshot the conversations. Right. Screenshot the conversations, block him, and then I would say tell your friend if you feel comfortable with that, cuz what he's doing to you is not right. He's making it so that you're coming between a possible marriage. That is so not right. How this person, ugh, that's disgusting. But if you're friends with the other person, hopefully they can understand, because what he is doing is very gross and manipulative. And that, to me, that he's showing you those colors now, that could help your friend later on, but putting you in that position, that kind of sucks. That that absolutely sucks. And I'm sorry that's going on, Elizabeth. You've been going through a bit lately, and I'm sorry that's the case. But like I said, screenshot it and then maybe show the friend, um, and have that be something, because I feel like I just feel like what this person is doing is having you come in between something that shouldn't be there. And this person is saying, don't tell them, which makes it much, much more creepier. If he just said hello, right? Okay, so just so we're clear, right? You don't want to assume anything, but he messaged you and he told you not to say anything 5 times. Then he said we should hang out. Then he said, right there, right? I mean, there's already a few signs, but right there, that to me says that this person has kind of a nefarious agenda, where they're trying to get you, they're trying to get you involved in something. And then you said he messaged you just barely and said hello. He's not stopping the conversation, he's keeping it going. He keeps it going. And to me, there's something wrong with this person. I understand not wanting to assume something, but we don't want to wait until we're around this person and they try to make out with us before we say, whoa. I do feel like this person is showing you signs that something's wrong. And it shouldn't be your responsibility. It shouldn't be something that falls on your shoulders. But what you do with the information that he's given you, that kind of shows where we're at, right? So he's telling you sorry, I keep clearing my throat. He's telling you everything you need to know right then and there. Okay? If I'm with if I have my girlfriend, right? And then I'm going online and I'm talking to other women. And then I'm saying to those women, don't tell my girlfriend that I'm talking to you, please, right? What do you think I'm doing? I'm sharing messages, I'm sharing intimate details, or I'm going to. I'm doing something, I'm getting something started. And that's the path to a cheater. That's the path to someone who is trying to start something, or drama. I don't know if your friend and him are a very dramatic couple. I don't know if they seek out drama or if they seek out that kind of energy. But to me right now, it does feel I'm so sorry, Elizabeth, that you've had that. I'm so sorry, and that's... Stay true to that. Stay true to how you feel. Don't be alone with this person. And you're right. You felt like this was a wrong connection. It is, because something here is happening that's not... It scared me that he kept asking me not to tell, like creepy. Absolutely, it's creepy. It's creepy because he is a fiancé. The fact if he was dating your friend is one thing, but that's her fiancé. Okay? That's a person she's entered into possible marriage with, and he's being this creepy right now. That says a ton about his character. It says nothing about your character. You're innocent in this, but his character, that says a ton. That speaks volumes. I feel like I said, screenshot it. Make sure you have the conversations. And put yourself in a place where your friend Robin is a very sweet person. Never really liked the fiance, honestly. Just could never tell why. Okay, so now you're seeing why. And you probably don't want to hurt your friend Robin. And I can understand that. This guy feels like he's right now, okay? Right now in their relationship, it should be really happy. There should be some issues, every relationship has issues. It should not be like this. And you sure as hell shouldn't have to hold secrets for someone that you don't respect or appreciate or even understand. What he's doing is not right, and if he's messaging you, he might be messaging other people too. So to me, this whole thing reeks. And you have a good radar there because you felt like something was wrong even before. So that's good. Man. Elizabeth, the only thing I have to say is that this person is a piece of shit, right? This isn't right. I don't usually say that about people, but people like that deserve a special spot in the shit pile that is people like this. I'm appalled. Like, this person literally... Okay, they are showing you their true colors, this person right now. And I honestly feel, and that's an uncomfortable conversation to have with your friend Robin, but I feel like it's better okay, let me put it this way, Elizabeth, and correct me if I'm wrong. If you told this to your friend Robin, I just feel like I should have never opened the message, but can't turn back now. Only do damage control. It's okay, you didn't know what was going on at first, but now you do. Now you understand what's going on. Elizabeth, don't feel bad about that. You didn't do anything. You were just curious what was happening. You didn't hang out with him, nothing happened. Things are okay. But what you can do now is... Okay. So what you can do now is you have two options going forward. Okay? Two options. The first one is you don't tell Robin. She marries this guy, and I'm going to say she's going to have a horrible relationship with this person. This should not be your responsibility, but the other option is that you tell Robin what's going on, maybe show her the messages, and say, this is what's happening. He told me not to tell you over and over and over again, and I feel like I should bring this to your attention. And maybe that'll hurt your friendship. Maybe something will happen that's negative from that. but at least you'll be able to go to bed at night and say, you know what, I told her this guy was a creep. I told her this guy wasn't right for her. And again, this should not fall on your shoulders. I am so sorry that this is something that's happening. But that's what I would do, because we need to be, I feel like, Elizabeth, you're someone who has honor and integrity. I feel like you're not someone who lies or manipulates. I feel like you're someone who wants to be a straight shooter. And right here in your life is an opportunity for you to be that. Even though it's not an easy thing and it's not going to be a fun thing. But what do you feel, Elizabeth? What do you feel with this? I need to ask that more often. How are you feeling? What's going on with you? Oh. See, okay, Elizabeth, right there, you just said it. You just said, okay, I'm going to read it out loud. I'm going to tell, just scared to. Of course you are. I understand. I feel dirty, to be honest, even though I didn't do anything. That's when you know. That's when you know something is up. If you feel dirty about something that hasn't even happened, right? If you feel dirty about it, there's your answer. This just isn't my first run-in with a friend's partner doing this to me, and I'm not sure why I encounter these things. Because I never pay their partners any mind. I'm sure you don't. You don't seem like that kind of person. You don't seem like someone who wants drama. You don't seem like someone who would be like, look at me, you know. I don't feel like you're that way. But of course, there's these creepy people, right? And I'm sorry that's the case. I'm sorry that's the case that you're going through. And I know that there's fear. I know that you're scared. And I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry these things happen. But I feel like you're getting stronger as a person, and this is kind of a way for us to test our resolve. I know you're not. I know you're not, Elizabeth. I know for sure you're not. So kind of think of it like this. If this helps you in any way, it helps me. I do mediumship. I do this kind of stuff. I think about mortality a lot. I think about the mere fact that we're alive now, but we won't be forever. But what we have in our life is these experiences that build our character. And the only thing, in my personal opinion, that we can take with us when we go into the ground or cremated, whatever it happens to be, the only thing we take with us is the love in our hearts and the experiences that we had while we were here. And this right here, this is something we can do. It's uncomfortable. It won't be forever, but it'll be something that at the end of your life, you'll look back at that and you'll be like, I'm glad I did the right thing, right? Um, but again, that's difficult. That's hard. That's some hard stuff. But does that make sense, Elizabeth? As a learning experience, yes. Everything is a learning experience. The lessons just seem like they're not lessons. The more advanced we get, as we get older and older, the more we advance as people, the lessons start appearing less and less like lessons and more like trials. And I feel like that's because we're ready to take those on. We're ready to learn. We're ready to understand it. And this is a test of your character. Again, it's not an easy test, but I do feel like you're capable of being able to handle this, and I feel like you bringing this to light would be a huge favor to your friend, even though she probably wouldn't realize it at the time, just because that's kind of how those things work. But I hope that helps give you some peace of mind, Elizabeth. I am sorry that's the case. People can be gross. And on her birthday, I mean, good Lord, that's disgusting. A little commentary off on the side there, Elizabeth, sorry. But, yeah. You're welcome, Elizabeth. You're very welcome, my friend. Gonna go to the next. I know you think it's awful too. That's just, yeah. So, yeah, you have. You've been going through a lot, and I can understand that. Of course, you've been going through a ton of stuff, and I told you on your journey, I told you the healing part would be the first. That's kind of where you're at now. On the healing part of the journey, you're gonna deal with a lot of this kind of shit until you start like healing, until we start going through it. It's kind of the universe giving us these things. Well, good luck to you with engineering. I think that's awesome. I'd say definitely keep on that path and keep your integrity, keep your honesty, your loyalty, your kindness. Always keep that close to you because that's what I feel from you. And that energy work that you want to do, being able to help people, being able to do that for people, will absolutely come in too. Well, Gigi, I've been live for close to 5 hours now. And I will be live again on Monday. So hopefully that would work for you. Just because I do tend to get a little tired around the 5 hour mark. I've been going for about 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. You're more than welcome. Good. I'm glad you're excited. Have that to look forward to. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. Very, very welcome. Okay, Theo, are you there? No, Gigi, you're fine. You are absolutely fine. That's why I'm not mad at you for saying that at all. I understand. Yeah, you guys don't know how long I've been on for. You have no idea. So you're just fine. Don't worry about that at all. We're good. I promise you. I will get to a question with you. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. And I am sorry that's kind of the case, but um, yeah. So hopefully, well, you said you totally get it, so I appreciate that. Um, okay, Theo, let's see what we get here. So let's look at the tarot cards here and let's see who you'll be in a relationship with next. And then, Allison, are you there? Transferred energy, Gigi, what do you mean? Let's see what we got here. Theo. I'm actually going to do this really quick here. I don't think Allison is coming back, so I'm just going to give her her money back here. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying there. Give me 1 second, you guys here. I've just got to look at something really quick. Okay. Oh, you're 37. Okay. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, Gigi, I didn't... That's awesome. Let me see what I can get here for Theo really quick. So let's look at what we can get going on here. I will just get this back here. Alright, we're all taken care of. I got Allison refunded. So now I'll just do this and then I will call it good for the night. So let's see what's coming up for our Aquarius in... Who will you be in a serious relationship with next? Let's see. You're good, Gigi. I understand. We have our moments. You are just fine. Don't worry about that. No need to apologize, my friend. 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time is when I want to start. I am often late. So I would say around 8, somewhere between 8 and 9 I'll probably start. I try to get here as early as I can, but... Is AU Austria? Or... I'm in the United States. I hope that's what you're asking, because I am in the United States. So here's what I'm seeing, Theo, right here. So I'm getting 8 of coins, 6 of cups, and King of coins. So I am feeling like our next connection... There's the King of coins. There is the 6 of cups. Australia. Okay, Australia. I want to ask you, why is everything poisonous in Australia? I've been trying to figure that out. Everything seems deadly over there. You guys seem like lovely people, but no, you're fine, Theo. You're fine. I like to joke around a little bit, but you're perfectly fine. Please converse with me, talk with me, okay? I love it. I love it. I like the interaction. Okay, so we have right here, my friend, we've got 8 of coins, we've got 6 of cups, and we've got the King of Pentacles. So I'm going to ask you, Theo, so for 2 years, kind of what's been going on there? Have we been going on sort of a healing journey here? When I see the 6 of cups here, okay, so from AU, so I'm not sure. Okay, I hear you, I hear you. So the 6 of cups right here, I'm curious, I'm wondering if for the past 2 years, have we been doing some inner healing? Have we been focusing on kind of a healing journey? You're from New Zealand, you moved there, okay. Only thing I know about New Zealand is that you guys have the fruit and the bird, right? The little fuzzy bird, I think. Healing from toxic X. So that's what's been going on here. So that makes sense. So 6 of Cups is focusing on reparenting, healing from the toxic X. The way we heal from a toxic X is to focus on what triggered us in the first place. So to me, that's what we're focusing on this journey, is that we're healing from that kind of energy. And generally that means going back in our childhood, realizing our triggers, trying to focus on the fact that we were not at fault, but we were in an environment, right? Yeah, and the Kiwi, of course. But that's the thing, is when we're focusing on these X's, these toxic X's, when we are healing in that process, it takes time because we have to kind of undo things. And I call it, when we're in that healing phase, I call it, it's us unlearning. So we're unlearning the things that were no longer helpful to us, and we're focusing on relearning the things that were good for us. So I am seeing that after that journey and after the hard work, which is the 8 of coins, okay? 8 of coins is a card of study. It's a strong card. It's a good card. It shows that we're doing something. We're moving forward. We're making progress. As you can see here, this old chap right here, he's holding that, and he's getting ready to place it in to make a cube. Because we all know how practical it is to just make a cube. I do it all the time. I'm making cubes anyway. 8 of coins here, that's a card of study, that's a card of self-work, that's a card of kind of like mastery in a way. And then the King of Coins here, we could be looking at an earth sign possibly coming in for the next relationship. And this earth sign would be someone who could possibly have money, or they could be someone who is also very generous and kind. They could maybe be a little bit older than us, but to me, this card right here shows that they're responsible. They're someone who's pragmatic. They're someone who's really good with people. And I do feel like this person has a sense of security. So I do feel like the next person we kind of get in a relationship with will be more secure. And in being more secure, it will further help our kind of attachment style and how we operate with this. So that's what I'm feeling here. All in all, this is good. I do feel the next person is going to be an earth sign. So Capricorn, Virgo, or Taurus for you, Theo. So does that help answer that question? You're very welcome, Theo. Very, very welcome. So keep on your healing journey, okay? Keep on your healing journey. Keep doing you, because it seems like you're doing really good. It seems like you're doing very, very good. Make sure on that healing journey that you come back and we congratulate ourselves for just existing, just kind of being here, going on that healing journey in the first place. A lot of times, someone you work with, There could be that possibility. There is two pentacles, which pentacles represent work and finances. I will, Gigi. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'll just say this, though. On the healing journey that we're going on, sometimes the ex that we were with, they take away so much, but in their absence, they're actually giving us ourselves. When they leave, we can actually find a strength in us eventually where we can start to feel more than we've ever been. We can start to feel ourselves more than we've ever been. In a way, this helps us grow. So these toxic exes, even though at the time it doesn't feel that way, they help us grow and they help us to learn. In the right circumstances, we become better. In the wrong circumstances, we become bitter. But we can actually work through the pain and make it into something more beautiful for a future connection. Because we're saying to the universe, I'm not going to let this get me down. I've got this. And we're kind of trusting that process. So, Theo, you're doing amazing. You're doing very good. You just have to stay with it, and I feel like you will. So that's what I've got for you. And yeah, so hopefully that answers everything. And I want you to keep on keeping on. Okay, Theo? And yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind subscribing too, I appreciate it. If you wouldn't mind liking the video as well, I would also appreciate that. You don't have to. You don't have to feel obligated, but I wouldn't mind it. And with that being said, my friends, I do believe that I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna go away now. But I will say this: goodbye, everybody, and thank you, Theo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all you guys have done and how you've helped me keep growing this channel and keep doing what I love doing. It means a lot to me, and I just want you guys to know. So everybody, take care. Gigi, hopefully I'll see you on Monday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time-ish, because I'm late sometimes, which is all the time. So, yeah. I will see you guys on Monday. Take care. Toodaloo.